I should bite my tongue. Say the air in my lungs. It doesn't matter what I say if we don't communicate. But you made me a believer, and I won't believe that it's the end. Please tell me all your reasons. You change your mind like the seasons once again, 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 again. But better get to running, our time is running out. Oh honey, I'm in doubt. But baby, just say something. Silence is too loud. Where's the love when I'm around? Ooh, ooh. But better get to running, better get to running, better get to running. The time is running out. I'm sick of putting fires out. I'll let 'em burn to the ground. Or is there a better way for you to realize we need a change? I wish happiness was frozen. Thought I'd take it like it's a vitamin. Take a pill for the pain, ibuprofen. Headache, heartbreaks are starting again. Again, again, again. But better get to running, our time is running out. Oh honey, I'm in doubt. But baby, just say something. Silence is too loud. Where's the love when I'm around? Ooh, ooh. But better get to running, better get to running, better get to running. The time is running out. But better get to running, our time is running out. Oh honey, I'm in doubt. But baby, just say something. Your silence is too loud. Where's the love when I'm around? Ooh, ooh. But better get to running, better get to running, better get to running. The time is running out.
All right, we're not gonna keep doing that. I'm just gonna get the fucking show on the road, baby, because you know the problem is that I know exactly what the problem is. Okay, like you know when you're like, because you know, hold on, fucking my webcam is not turning on now too, because of course it isn't. Oh my god. I changed the input on it. Of course, of course, of course. In my infinite want to fix this damn problem. Oh boy. Okay, looks like I'm doing the reactive today. We're doing a reactive stream. I'm sorry. I know some of you like to stare at me and you like jerk off while watching stream. I also know what this problem is too. I know why this is happening. I know exactly why this is happening. Let me hop in. Let me turn on my fucking reactive now. Please don't goon. Please don't goon. It's actually really annoying how much I know what the issue is with these things and how much that is not being served by. There we go. Look at that new reactive. We got a new one, chat. I guess I could do my VTuber, but I can't do my VTuber if I turn on OBS first. So I'm not repeating myself and restarting stream again. So we're just gonna use this. Nice art. Yeah, new Fugi Pog, new Fugi Pog. I need to pay Mishi for this, so just know that your donations are going to go pay Mishi for this art. And Hal's and KJ's art, because I also paid for theirs. So, you know, just know. Just know. There we go. Money for Mitchell the Sheep. There we go. I'm gonna make that the goal. Alright, that's the goal for tonight. 50 definitely doesn't cover it. I should make that goal way higher, actually. Hold on. What am I saying? 10 super chats. There we go. Sorry. Daddy needs his dollars. Clearly I do. Clearly I do. Clearly I gotta buy 100-foot Ethernet cable. Fucking Christ. Ridiculous shit. Honestly. Brock, nuke his internet.
At Grok nuke his internet again.
Yeah, so goddamn, dude. Goddamn. You know, the funny part about this is that, like, that's fine. I don't mind that it goes dark. I'm not fucking doing anything else. I'm not fucking fiddling with my internet anymore. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it while I'm live. I'd much rather focus on the performance of stream, but I appreciate it. Thank you for DMing that to me. I will use it next time. Yeah, that I do need to set up. I know exactly what this tool is. It's one of my, I have it saved. Okay, so we're just gonna get right into it, chatterinos, okay? My little guys.
Congratulations.
This is actually for Mishi. I'm just glad that whatever you did on the back end, you're coming in clear now. I now believe your ISP is out to be your perpetual one guy.
I can see my dropped frames and my performance on the back end on OBS. So I can tell that I'm still dropping frames, but like the amount of stuff that I replaced and I need to go like return stuff. Dude, you know how expensive it is to return an object in this economy? Okay, because we had to go to fucking war with Iran. How about I ran right to the polls to go vote for a Democrat? How about that? God damn. I'm very mad. It's been constant bad news. I'm actually annoyed that this happened. But I do feel like my value in this is actually pretty high. So for those of you that aren't aware, let's get into the tea with today, okay?
Diesel is our Coney Chase, and his ISP is the satellite man zapping his teeth and choking his cat.
What the fuck are you talking about? Am I stupid? What are you talking about? What does that even mean? So I've been hearing about some stuff with min-maxed. Okay, so do you guys know what min-maxed is? So let me take you back in time to when we covered Shadiversity being absolutely mogged by a sword-wielding halfling. Okay, I'm gonna call him a halfling because he's a little guy, but we all love little guys here at Little Guys Incorporated. Okay, so this is min-maxed. They're a bunch of martial artists, and they're doing like a D&D show. As opposed to being a bunch of thespians doing a genderqueer crime polycule, they're a bunch of sword-wielding thespians doing a genderqueer crime-committing polycule. You don't make a D&D show without being into polycule. I'm sorry, that's not how that works. All right, I'm gonna make my reactive a bit smaller so that way we can see my screen, right?
Chad Goblin PNG.
It is. I'm thinking Hema is just gym thespians. Yeah, I'm noticing that I'm actually a thespian. And I didn't realize I was a thespian until D&D. So I don't know, man. What the fuck? Where is my diesel? We ran out of budget is what happened. Okay. I knew you were going to say that, Extremely Happy Simmer. Okay. It was like a really good toss up between you and Cosmic that we're going to be upset about that. But I assure you I'll be back next stream, which should be tomorrow. Because clearly for some reason, okay, no. So not all my USB ports work on the back of my motherboard. And I don't know if you've seen the prices outside these days, but they're pretty bad. But yeah, so Min-Max has been in drama. One of the characters, a part of this, is Cell Sword Arts. So we'll take a look at this video because they basically did a GoFundMe for this, which you might be like, what? They did a GoFundMe for this? Wait, they did a GoFundMe for a fucking YouTube channel? Yeah, I would agree that I probably would expect a Kickstarter for something like this, but it seems like they stuck the landing for all things considered, and they've been pretty reasonable with where their money is going for what they're doing, I think. Oh, I should clarify, just in case the drama aficionado, or the character in question that we will be talking about later. Hi, yeah, I'm Diesel. I've been doing drama content since 2016. I've been doing it since before you were born, you fucking Green Guild motherfucker. Two, I've worked in the film industry. I've been an audio technician and grip. I've worked on the camera department before, and I've worked for commercials, shows, as well as the non-for-profit documentary sector. I've worked on zero budget productions all the way up to like Hollywood productions. I'm not union, okay? And then two is that I run a tabletop store. I'm directly involved with the community on a logistics side, as well as like the professional dungeon mastering and business running side. I know more than you, whatever you think you know, but I cannot wait to critique your opinions on that. Anyway, let's take a look at this first video.
Hey guys, welcome to Min-Max. Not this. This is my childhood home because I'm with my family celebrating Thanksgiving. We didn't think we were going to have to make an announcement this quick, but you guys blew the fundraiser so far out of the water, I thought that I needed to say something, and that thing I wanted to say is thank you. So, this channel that you're on right now is the new official Min-Maxed YouTube. It's going to be where all of the episodes of our D&D game get posted. Plus, we're going to have behind the scenes...
So this is the fencing dude that epically owned Shadiversity. Sword wielding thespians. Yes. Sword wielding bisexual thespians.
Stuff that
I think Cell Sword Arts is like super hot and cool, and I wish I was as like cool and amazing as him. I'm not even gonna lie. Like he is so fucking, or like he exists as an like he has so much aura, dude. He has aura.
Happens before the game starts and as it's going. In the future, there will also be other people on this channel, but none of them are here right now because we weren't ready yet. So you get me. So other than a big thank you, this video
I can admit when a guy
D.
is like hot as hell, dude. He's like really like he seems like a real upright guy. Some of the other guys, I'm so sorry. I only know you people from the TikToks that you produce. It's nothing against you. But there's the guy who teaches pole dancing, and he's also an archer. That guy is super slay too. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, he just is.
The viewer to come along with us on a journey. And not only am I going to tell you where we're going in this video, I want to talk to you about where this all started. Those of you who follow Cell Sword Arts would have noticed about 6 months ago, we started talking to other creators like Blumenek, Jacques the Whipper, Instructor Bensei, and a couple of other ones. And we started to get some comments being like, hey, you guys should all play D&D. And I thought this was really cool. So I made one big email to all these different people. I was like, hey,
The same way a luchador takes someone's mask, Sellsword takes Shad's Gambison. Well, I don't think it would fit Shad's fat ass these days, so...
You guys want to play D&D? And everyone was like, yeah, let's do that. But we couldn't say anything about it because we want to make sure that everything was ready first. So for the last 6 months, we've all been coordinating to try and make this thing cool. And we decided to launch our Kickstarter to get it all going.
Like,
and you guys,
yeah, like, you know, we got it, blah, blah, blah. Everything's, like, good. Bob's your uncle. I'll show you guys the first episode of Min-Max now. So that way you could get an understanding for what we're dealing with. So... in the grand scheme of things, Min-Max is like a genuinely indie production as far as things are concerned. And I'm saying that like, parentheses professional. It really like, the thing is there's so many of these shows, is that the barrier for entry has been lowered by process of us figuring out how it's made. The hardest thing about Critical Role or Dimension 20 is that they were first to market. So like either the tools didn't exist or we just didn't know what they were. I'm talking about like on a production side, right? So like when you go to make these things, right? You kind of got to rack your brain on how to do it like appropriately. So it's like, yeah, it's indie affectionate, right? And now all these shows end up looking the same. So what really carries these shows is people's personalities. And I do like the personalities of some of the creators I know that are on this. Whether or not it remains being a thing long term is anybody's guess. I think there's room, but I think where they'll end up standing out is like reenacting the stunts from the show or the stunts from their game in real life, and doing that as part of the production. I think that'll matter quite a bit more. But yeah, so like obviously this looks exactly like every single D&D show you've ever watched, which I'm not saying it as a pejorative. I'm saying that as like a genuinely that's what it is. It's a good standard to hit, I'd say, and I mean that as like a nice thing.
started as an excuse for us to play D&D with a bunch of our friends from the internet.
And then you blew us away with an overwhelming level of support and love.
And we have tried to put just as much passion and energy into the campaign.
But we want to keep those original vibes. Your internet besties playing Dungeons and Dragons and bullying our DM.
I mean, sure, we are a group of...
All right, guy with the whip. I haven't seen the guy with the whip before, but okay. It must just be like this format of... I think I just need to get into, like... play fighting as a profession, huh?
Profoundly unserious human beings, but that's the charm, isn't it?
So please join us for a campaign
There was a fucking pan?
full of epic moments where no one takes themselves too seriously.
So with all of that said, welcome to Min-Max Season 1. Let's go meet the players.
So yeah, so like that's the intro, yada yada, and then of course it's a D&D show. This is what the majority of it looks like. Of course, this is what LARPing do LARPing, but maybe I actually want to get brain damage, Cosmic. Did you ever think of that? Maybe I want to actually risk life and limb, you know?
Who is in a sellsword group called... We don't know yet. But I'm
So of course there are growing pains with this from what I've seen, like and again, I haven't watched a one-shot Questers video. We're about to do that now. I hear that one of the complaints that he made was that there was the audio's bad, or the audio's not peak. And some of the reason that the audio is bad is because they're all like it's recording to like a live mix down. So it's all recording to one track instead of like a recording studio multi-track, right? So like something that like an audio tech would do is like run all this shit to different channels, right? Yeah, so all these people are lovely. So one of the reasons they probably didn't do a bunch of Hemo shit is because of insurance might be insane. Yeah, that's definitely a reason. That's definitely a reason. But yeah, so the audio is going to like a single mix down. But it's like fine. It's not amazing. I would hem and haw over it a lot more, but that's because I'm an audio tech and I know how to fix those problems, so I shouldn't have those problems to begin with.
of the swashbuckling variety, and I will be swashing some buckles here. For
And you can tell about like audio issues, like when David turns his head to the left or the right, the mic doesn't follow him because it's taped to his cloak. If you watch something like a Critical Role, they have theater mics, and the theater mics run around and they're taped around to their face, right? And so that keeps it so that way you always hear the shit.
Your viewing pleasure.
And
I'm sorry if I'm being boring and like really like explanatory here. We're gonna get to like the stupid idiot guy in a second.
Mark. Also of the sellsword variety.
Yeah, it's the beginning of campaign 1 Critical Role. Yeah, like here's the thing. You either blow a bunch of money to do like giga expensive production, or you start smaller and work your way up.
Probably know me because I'm always with this. Yep. Yeah. Which I will be doing this campaign. I will be playing a champion fighter, and I'm just gonna have a bunch of swords, and that's what I'm gonna be doing. So, I hope you like to see me out there.
I'll go last.
And so this is the show, and of course you can go and listen to it. I don't have time to listen to so many D&D live plays. I gotta like do like labor intensive work that requires my entire focus, and so I can't like listen to this, right? So this is that. It did fairly well. It raised a lot of money. Bob's Your Uncle. It's a good time. You know, creators everybody loves. They get a show. The fans get to view the show, and they stick the landing. How many Kickstarters have we seen fall apart? Okay. I'd say being successful is pretty fucking good. And it's not me. I mean, I guess you could say I'm sweeping. But to be clear, they are not doing anything wrong. Okay, they're not doing anything wrong. These people are existing as human beings. Okay, that is really it. One Shot Questers is a comedy YouTuber. Okay, so the funny thing about One Shot Questers is that he's insane. Okay, so I gotta start us back way before this with an interview that One Shot Questers did. Okay, and the reason I want us to watch this, I just watched this before stream, right? Is because this guy's like mental standard is like bananas, right? So he makes D&D comedy videos, which,
wait for it,
dare I say, a D&D comedy video is like, you're not anything. Okay, there's a lot of you guys. There's XP to level 3. There's like a billion guys on fucking TikTok. You're not special. One Shot Questers is nothing special. But you've probably seen some of his like shorts at some point, right? But he does like the typical like D&D yada yada videos, right? And this is a really funny one, right? We'll get to that in a second, right? He's also a LARPer who doesn't play D&D. He definitely is interested in it as like a hobby. Okay, so the oath of throwing, the origins of the oath of throwing it back. Oh boy, I can't wait to watch this one.
Everything I thought a paladin was just a lie. And I don't think that's a path I can follow. I guess I'll just go back to being regular old average Joe. Oh, boo-hoo, it's such a tender moment. It really is, bud. Now, are you done sulking now so you can help me?
Oh my god. So when I watch this guy in an interview, I'm like, oh god, not one of these. So you guys know how in the 90s, the archetype of a nerd was like a really fat guy with like a graphic t-shirt and a ponytail, and like, he's like, you got to understand that this B movie has some of the hottest babes in sci-fi. They just weren't doing this stuff on Star Trek The Next Generation, right? And then eventually that nerd like died, Yeah, the comic guy from The Simpsons. Yes. Yes, the comic guy from The Simpsons. That guy died. Okay? And in his place, there is another type of nerd who is the chronically unaffable white guy with patchy beard on the bottom that over-explains things. And I know a guy like this, and he over-explains everything. And he's kind of like the living embodiment of Sorry Cop from Disco Elysium. And I know I say that a lot, but he really is.
Duke aka One Shot wanted to be a YouTube Shorts comedian, but he sucks so and failed. His wife convinced him to make comedy DnD content.
Yeah. Oh, that's, you know what's funny? Op block is that I opened up stream by listing my resume and saying all of those things. Right? But like, there's like a type of nerd that doesn't realize how uncharming he is in his attempt to be charming. And like, for some reason, when you get them at a table, they always play a charisma caster. So we're talking like bard, sorcerer, or paladin. Okay? But they're always so uncharming. They're so uncharming. Okay? And then even worse is like the possibility of them not having like anything funny to say. Yeah, the adorable nerds. Yes. Like, I guess it is. I guess you could say like an adorkable Reddit Chungus type character. But there's like something a little different because there's like, when you think of like a wholesome Reddit Chungus, right? They like live the heckin' pupper lifestyle, okay? They live a heckin' pupper lifestyle and they actually usually mean it. This guy is a performative male. This is a type of performative male, okay? This is a guy who's like, I'm just a little guy, but deep down he's actually like a wolf in sheep's clothing, okay? He's like a performative male right up into the point where he can like take his mask off and he's actually the Joker who's like, I hate women and minorities. Okay? That's who he is. And you might not believe me in that just yet, but just stick with me because that's just like my opinion, man. But like my opinion is based in a lot of other reasoning, okay?
Oh, little old bunnies.
Oh, he's the Jewish guy from Big Bang Theory. He's the Jewish sex pest guy from Big Bang Theory. That's what it is. He's what's his name? I don't know. I don't watch Big Bang Theory.
Trips into a boulder. Hey, I'm a rabbit, and I'm Marshmallow. Oh. Hey, the name is Marshmallow. I'm not actually a marshmallow. Oh, good, because you didn't taste like sugar. It's only fur, skins, meats, and bloods. Did you just take a bite out of my ear? Just a small bite. Well, tell me,
what is this?
Is it noticeable?
Is he doing Italian face?
Yes. Mother of mercy! Look, could you just get this boulder off of me, please?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can tries. Oh, come on!
Yeah, I can tries getting these boulders off of you.
Put your back into it. Look, it's a little sore after carrying this channels for so many years. Hey, don't lift with your legs, lift with your back. Come on, lift! Oh, my back! I believe in you! Oh, my back!
Have conviction
Is this funny? Is this funny? This feels like coworker humor.
Oh, my back!
But what the fuck is this supposed to be based off of? I don't know. I guess he had a meme about the oath of throwing it back. Unfortunately, in the great year of 2025, white men still can't twerk. We are waiting for an update to see if they've learned in the new year of 2026. Get this guy some vitamin D, by the way. Damn. If it wasn't for the fact that he's in the warm part of Skyrim, I'd think he was a snow.
What?
Man, that's crazy. He really did that, guys. He really did that. Have I seen any of his videos? Wow, I haven't seen a single one of these. Damn. 4 to 5 years ago, I haven't seen a single one. That's rough. That's rough. What about his shorts? What's his most popular short?
I need to tell you that Therm named his Pokopia character Diesel, so now every time he reads a message with his character's name I'm like, Diesel?
Based, actually. All right, so let's watch his most viewed YouTube short.
Every D&D class's fears in 50 seconds. Magic. Horny Bard memes.
Please stop, I can't keep up with the child support.
Their party being alive.
I just want to get away from you all.
The ranger when they're out hunting. Being stuck in a role-playing camp.
Kimothy became a member. At Kimothy celebrates 31 months of membership. Also, hi, I'm in Mississippi for work.
Oh,
Purple
based.
heart emoji.
Based, I hope it's going well.
Pain only.
Peace for all.
Running out of key points.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's all I can do.
Missions.
This is like so basic. This is so basic. I will continue to arcade him tapes. This happened in between where I was gone.
On any mission.
And this takes precedent because it's recent.
But they're stealth missions.
Just kill me now.
When they can't find the druid.
Oh no.
Mimics. Being versatile.
This is so corny. This is so corny. I really this gives me a yuck. So I like XP to level 3. He's kind of like that bigger guy. I know, a bigger white guy in D&D crazy. No, but like he's like he clearly knows his stuff too, so his comedy is better cuz he like knows more, you know? And he still can produce like a really smart video too, right? Like when he gives advice or opinions about D&D, he's like learned because he still plays a lot, right? So he gets it.
I can do 3 things. Take it or leave it.
Being accepted.
Nah. Yeah.
And just
Dude, what the fuck? D&D chutter over here, dude.
being a wizard.
I have spent years studying, learning, buying everything to become a wizard, and then a goblin with a freaking stick hits me and I die!
Every D&D.
That was rough. That was rough, I'm not gonna lie. That wasn't funny. You know what I think would actually like obliterate this guy's ego? Is not anybody like saying anything constructive to him. Let me lay it down for you guys, right? Because Crispy's Tavern is in on this, and the min-maxed crew are like in this drama. You don't even need to be complicated for this guy. He's simple, okay? He's a simple guy, right? It's just this simple. He's not funny.
Well, Diesel,
okay?
This is why he's made, because almost every other creator of a similar size to him does his content, but way better.
Well, yes. Nostalgia critic ass stand-up. Oh, okay, don't click the second video, it's got copyright music. Yeah, I mean, yeah, all the other content creators do something similar but better. Look, my thumbnail game is horrible. It's been one of my weakest skills as a YouTuber for my entire career. Actually, my weakest skill was not having Vyvanse. But now my weakest skill is Photoshop. But yeah, you know, I'll work on that, right? It's a numbers game. But god damn, is it rough. This one has how to spot a fake dice goblin, sure.
Well, what should we do today? Let's try on 1,000 shoes.
I'm disappointed in Crispy's Tavern since they pivoted to drama. It's worked very well for Crispy, but in the same way that One Shot Questers is a LARPer for D&D, Crispy is a LARPer for drama, and I do not like how Crispy has occasionally claimed scalps for drama that he did not participate in and was not a part of and showed up after. It's very jar to do that. He also seems a little woke scoldy, but like I think if he sticks to his niche, fine, whatever. I don't know, man. I don't really like what he does. Dare I say it. But then I would argue that tonight, if anything, I am the pot calling the kettle black. So I don't even think that my criticism of him is justified. I just know that if I like, this is a drama channel, in case you're like some D&D person that like comes by here. Yeah, he is bad at drama. Yes, I agree. I think he's really awful at it. I think he's terrible. He's as bad as Lilu Dallas Multipass. But like I like making content about tabletop. I'm passionate about tabletop. I like doing that. I've been enjoying doing that on a channel that is not this one, right? I think there's a time and place for everything, but it's not on my drama channel. Is something I needed to learn. But like obviously I love D&D and I love goblins, you know. Drama content requires a mean bone. Well, you can be woke and do drama, but like the thing is that the woke guys always like have like a giga crash out, okay? Every time D'Angelo Wallace has a crash out, he like leaves for 5 months, comes back and has a new haircut, like we're all supposed to pretend everything is okay. Which channel? I need Cyberpunk TTRPG advice. Well, you should go to Mana Potion Tabletop. That's where we post all the. Hold on. Here, I can do it here. The majority of his jokes are stolen. I am not surprised. Here we go. Let me throw this in the chat. In case you haven't seen it. I know I haven't put out a main video. I upload shorts like every week. I do a shift at the store and I put out like another short. But this is also our podcast. We had another episode come out yesterday, so you should go listen to it. And I can make Hal and KJ do it because they're homebodies, so they show up. So it's easier. But you should go take a look. This is not a D&D live play, by the way. This is like specifically advice for DMing and like running tabletop. So I'm targeting specifically you forever DMs out there, okay? So I'm making this for you. Let it be known. D'Angelo has no more hair to cut. Yeah, the next time D'Angelo has a crash out, he's gonna come back with a really big beard.
Wait a minute.
Well, I clearly this is not his audio. This is another guy. Diesel, shill your damn coffee. Yes, Mana Potion Coffee is also the coffee branch of the business. So if you'd like fair trade and USDA organic coffee, you are more than welcome to check it out on our website. That should work. If it doesn't, then there you go.
You're an imposter! Well, what should we do today?
Do you have K-Cups? So here's why I don't do K-Cups. One is that the production... Oh, this will be a great conversation for later. The production for K-Cups is really expensive. Okay? It's really expensive. Two, they produce the most plastic waste if you were going to get into coffee. Like, we have a focus on biodegradable everything or reusable packaging. And that is like the worst of both worlds is a K-Cup. Do you guys sell coffee bags at the store? Yes, I do. You should get one of those reusable K-Cups and then use ground coffee. Yeah, get a reusable K-Cup thingy. It's like $10.
Okay. Let's try on.
All right, well, that was clearly not his joke because it definitely comes from somewhere else. Let's take a look at another one. 20 ways to celebrate a nat 20. Sure, hit me.
Oh, natural 20. Ha! Yahtzee. Oh, sorry.
Oh boy, this is rough.
Natural 20.
I've never seen anybody react like most of these things. I have at least played I've played in the last 5 months, guys, okay? I have ran a table every Thursday and Wednesday and Saturday and Sunday. I've ran a table 4 days a week for the last 6 months, give or take. I have probably ran a table with over 100 people in total. I've ran over 100 different people in total, at least. Okay? Not once have I ever seen these kind of reactions.
You guys gotta see this. You guys
What is this guy, 12?
Gotta see this. You gotta see this.
Not 100 people. I have ran a table with like 12 people at it once. That was a lot of... That was insane. Diesel, do you know what this is? This is church humor. No!
Guys, natural 20. Oh, I just peed. Sorry.
Dude, he... Wife's last game, get it? I thought he busted.
Guys, that was a natural 20. Ha! Boom, baby. Ha!
This is actually insane how much he's fishing. He's like fishing. This is like this guy should run for office because this filibuster's crazy.
Ha! Boom, yeah. 20. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a...
Can we look at the comments? That's yeah. My wife's last game. Bro is sleeping on the couch for that one. Yeah, my wife. Can I get a new dice? I ate mine. Dude, I don't understand Short's comments. All these people are like, ha ha ha, so funny.
Natural 20! Come on! Let's go! Yeah! 20.
I think dude, this is theater kid derogatory. I'm so sorry. Oh shit, this is rough. Hey dude, I just recorded this funny vid. Should I upload it to YouTube? So this guy, like, this is the caliber of humor that we're working with here, okay? So let's go back to when his career was in less dire straits. Now make no mistake, One Shot Questers is a businessman, okay? And when I say that One Shot Questers is a businessman, I say that he looks at his channel like a business, which is reasonable. I think channels can be a business. I think channels can be a portion of a business plan. I think all of those things are possible and true. But this guy's ideas and plans are crazy. And the more you get into it, the funnier and more insane they are. So this is an interview that Duke of One Shot Questers did with some guy who just is jerking him off. Okay?
And so what we're actually going to be doing is, this is where my thought process
I
has
will
been.
get to the streaming
and this
service.
is kind of
Don't
as
spoil
a
it.
creator where I'm very blessed to be open-minded and aware of all of this.
So I have been doing this since when it wasn't cool. Not to sound like a massive asshole, but I have been doing this since when nobody cared and it was much harder to make money, okay? Like, I of course, like, I rebranded FPS Diesel in 2016. I've been around longer than that, but, like, I was a child when I was uploading content. He is one of the COVID creators. Now, the industry of YouTube exploded during COVID, and these guys... and when I say these guys, I mean like COVID era YouTubers. have been showing up quite a bit lately in the drama space. I think it's not surprising that when I was covering drama back in the day, the people we were talking about were those that emigrated from Vine or had reached a level of fame that was unheard of, right? Because when you pass those thresholds, all of a sudden, like, your ego changes, your attitudes with people change, right? All this stuff changes. And I think we're seeing a little bit of a microcosm of that, where these guys come in during 2020, they're like, I get it. I get this industry. I've been making content since the pandemic. And all I can think is like, you don't know shit, buddy. Like, you don't know shit. Like, you have not seen the things I've seen. You've not been in the rooms I've been in, okay? You've not seen the conniving executives sliding in when money first started showing up on this platform. You weren't there for that. You missed all of that. The meal ticket that existed prior to the pandemic was insane. Like, you could gain so much more money before the pandemic, but everything's inflated now. Everything's inflated, you know, like subscriber numbers are inflated because of shorts. So subscriber numbers don't mean anything anymore. It doesn't matter if you have 900K subs, because they're not going to watch anything but the shorts. They don't go over to something else. Diesel, I just spilled my white monster all over my blanket. What do I do? Help. You stay right where you are. I'll be right over. I'll go drink it up for you. Unk is doing back in my day again. No, but it's true. Nobody gives a fuck about your subscriber count anymore. And if you give a fuck about your subscriber count, like, you're 12, okay? You're 12, okay? You have 12-year-old brain. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it really doesn't matter. Like, I see guys with 2K subs making content as good as guys with 1 million or more, right? So it doesn't matter if you have 1 million fucking subscribers. We're all irrelevant now because the value of a subscriber has been reduced. The value of a view has been reduced. It all matters a lot less. And the money you make per view is down compared to the way it was back like a decade ago, okay? Like, when you got in on YouTube creating during COVID, ad rev was high as hell because everybody was stuck in tide, right? There was no adpocalypse that you went through. You had the most eyes on you, the most money possible at your disposal, like at your disposal. All these things. Nobody subscribes nowadays, true? Yeah, if you're here, you should subscribe.
And that is if I keep the channel going where it's going. If I keep the channel going at the rate that it usually goes with like comedy videos or things like that, the channel sadly is not going to succeed.
So this is in 2022. And I mean, he's not like reading the tea leaves here, really. The reality is that comedy videos are short. So he knows that he's not going to get a return from making like a 2-minute video or making a short. He knew that. So he's smart enough to recognize that. But dare I say it, it doesn't take that long. That last podcast episode I put out for Loaded Dice took maybe about an hour of work and then another hour to upload it and like 1 more hour to make a thumbnail. Not even, maybe like a half hour.
And I've been seeing that just with
does it really take? I make 3 TikToks in 40 minutes and edit them in 40 minutes. All right. The only reason I don't produce more TikToks for MPT is because I also am running the store and managing my staff and managing orders and being a like personable store owner, you know? So I'm not like doing a TikTok dance, throwing it back while there are people in there.
Hey, I'm getting to a point. Trust me on this.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, we'll get back to that.
So during the holiday break, I was just trying to look through everything. I was trying to think of things, and I was like, okay, I love what I'm doing. I love my channel. I love what I'm creating. but I'm starting to see kind of a downward path.
Bro was staring into the 10 out of 10 abyss, and he was like, "Ah, shit! If I don't do something, I'm gonna die."
If that makes sense. I saw like a really good peak. I hit a peak probably like September, October, and November. Like the channel was booming. It was insane. And now things are really starting to die down. And I'm just noticing some trends happening, for instance, with TikTok and YouTube Shorts. People are going there for their comedy videos now. And to me, I would rather put my comedy videos as comedy shorts. But guess what? Comedy shorts doesn't pay anything.
Yeah, they don't pay anything. Yeah. So you got to produce quantity. The reality is those videos don't need to be funny. They need to be saturating everything is what they need to be doing.
I would have to get a real job, and one-shot questers would not be a thing anymore. So I had to kind of take a step back and be like, okay, what is something different that the D&D community has not seen before? And
guys, I watch nothing but 40K and D&D videos. This is what I actually watch. I don't fucking watch drama videos, okay? But what does the D&D community need? That's a good question. See, I figured, I was looking around and I'm like, there's a lot of live plays. I think I'll do a podcast about running D&D and the hobby and have like meta conversations about D&D, then do another live play. We don't need another live play.
My channel is dying, pay me money. Every YouTuber ever.
I know, that's so true. My channel is dying. I think you guys should give me money.
I really had to sit down and I really had to think about it, and I really had to.
I'd have to get a real job, the horror.
Make some hard decisions for me and the channel. And so I'll go into more of that in a second. But one of those things was our D&D session.
Money now. Me and money needing a lot now. The broke ass sorcerer casting a spell.
I was like, hey, we're doing the D&D sessions. How?
When I hear these guys say I have to get a real job, I just aggressively eye roll. I won't lie, dude. I love doing what I'm doing. I had to work like an extra retail shift this week. And I got like by Saturday when I'm doing kids D&D, I'm just standing there going, yeah, I think I'm going to lose my mind.
How am I going to make it different? Like, how am I going to make this different than everyone else's? Everyone's doing the same thing.
I got to be honest. I don't think you really need to reinvent anything to like be successful in a niche. I think what makes a YouTube channel successful, dare I say it, is your fucking personality. Okay. I know that I'm not like an outrageously funny guy. I'm not like a structured comedy guy. I'm a honk jester clown. My existence is funny. Okay. I live and breathe a himbo lifestyle. Okay. But like for camera, I kind of do like I'm informed and I'm telling you a thing, or I did great research on this thing. You should learn about this thing. Right. And I've even brought a lot of my skills from FPS Diesel to MPT, right? So like I did a really in-depth researched review of this AI RPG. And I was like, this is bad. Honk honk, that's his chest. Yeah, I do that. I honk my left and right tit and go, I'm jester gooning.
Everyone is, I don't mean to be rude, and I say this almost in every podcast or interview I am, and I'm not trying to judge. I'm not trying to throw shade. I'm not trying to do
he's not trying to judge
any of that. I want to point that right now. I see every new...
That reminds me, did you finish the commercial? The commercial is done. I need to do the voiceover because Joey can't, and I haven't had time because of the extra shift I worked. But yeah, my brother also messaged me about that. Don't worry, it's gonna get done like Tuesday, maybe Monday, give or take.
D&D content creator or people who do D&D content, the first thing they look at is Critical Role, because they're the most successful D&D channel or 4 sessions at least.
That's true. I'll say that, right? When people look at the niche, Critical Role is the big one.
Everyone will go and look at that. And so
Bro, you need a commercial as memeable as the Folgers incest commercial. We have some good ones. The first one we're doing is really easy because it's kind of cold, so we can't go out to shoot.
Every time I get on D&D or look at D&D streams, everyone's doing the same thing. The layouts are almost all the same. People are trying either like too hard to get professional.
Guys, why are all these D&D game layouts the same? Well, I mean, we have 1920 by 1080 screen real estate, and I have 8 of you. Well, I guess we're going to have 8 small windows where you're all going to be doing things, and then an overhead screen where the dice roll. What? How do you even reinvent that? Okay? How do you... There's no way to reinvent that. And you shouldn't. Because, like, legibility should come over... like, trying to make something... Listen... You need to understand the rules before you can break the rules, okay? You should be able to make something competent before you go and make something crazy.
Just really takes the fun out of things. I think what D&D, where Critical Role succeeds is that's the more professional one, and that's
right?
where it's
and
like...
by the way, the Critical Role's success is that they're all fucking voice actors and seasoned, like... They're all seasoned actors. That's really it, right? That's what separates it, right? They know how to do improv. It's the same thing for a lot of Dimension 20 stuff, where a lot of them are improv comics, or they're just comics. That's a huge difference, right? So you can't just show up with your friends and be like, we're going to make Critical Role. No, you got to like go with your friends and be like, yeah, we're going to embarrass ourselves in like improv class.
Like high quality thing. But I think where people want to go back and they want to see where they'll connect more is when they go and watch streams where they're used to, if that makes sense. So if they go to streams,
this podcast won't die because everybody sits at home, so it'll be easier, Christian.
Things where the players are kind of low quality and they're just having fun and things like that. I think that'd be way more enjoyable than people trying too hard.
So low quality, I think, is not bad to a certain point. I think if your video is ugly, that's one thing, but if your audio is bad, that's another. I'm sure we've all heard that. That's like learn that day one in making a video class,
because the audience will be able to sit down and be able to connect in the moment.
But like a doo-doo ass video doesn't really matter as much as like I don't know. It's like people want good content, but they also want engaging content. So you can't just be like guys playing a game, because like there's a million guys playing a game videos out there. What does that, like, what do you have that's different? Okay. Are you guys actors? Are you guys stunt people? Are you guys, I don't know, explosive experts? What kind of thing do you bring to the table that makes it different?
Way, just being more of like, oh, they like this feels kind of like my group. I'm gonna sit and watch type of thing. I have enjoyed.
No, I don't really think people. I don't know, chat. We're all nerds here. What do you guys want when you're sitting down to watch a D&D show? Do you watch a D&D show? If so, what are you looking for? Are you looking for like, these guys are like my table, they're just like me? I'll tell you that I don't want that. I already run so many, and I say this affectionately, I run so many like genderqueer polycule tables that want to fuck everything, okay? I don't want to watch that. I already live that. I only watch the animated shorts. Yeah, a lot of people engage like that. I always look for stuff to listen to in the background, unless it's very short, snappy, and organized. I cannot sit through actual D&D live streams. I always skip to the combat and only watch the animated shorts. I'd much rather watch Mike Pondsmith run a table than some random dudes. Yeah, well, he made Cyberpunk. But like, notice what you guys didn't say. Notice what you guys didn't say. I want to watch people just like me. I don't want to watch people just like me. I live me. Okay, I live me. Yeah, the animated shorts are great, but like that's clearly you need like hella money to do that. Okay, like you just need hella money to do that. But I will say I think he's onto something about like there needs to be shorter, more contained episodes that like get rid of all the fluff. Because like I'll sit down to listen to Critical Role and I'm like 4 hours. I'm not listening to 4 hours of Critical Role. My drive is 40 minutes. You know? Like I like listening to them and they're all super cool. But that's like really long. So he's going to explain that his fucking generational earth-shattering idea, okay? That his amazing idea is that he's just going to make short D&D episodes.
Watching streams where it's just like they may have like 2.
Yeah, I can just play D&D if I wanted to watch a bunch of people fumble and epic and be horny. Exactly.
People on. And you know, there's nothing fancy, but like I'll sit and listen and they're having fun and they'll have those moments.
This is like I'm smelling my own farts. I'm sorry. I get it if people are having fun. I gotta be honest, I don't watch D&D live shows for the people just having fun. I want something like engaging or like outrageously comedic. And usually the people that are able to deliver on that are people who like aren't just some fucking D&D guy. Okay? They're an actor, a voice actor, a comedian.
It's just more fun. It's a lot more fun. It doesn't feel like there's any stress or anything like that. So going back what I was trying to think of like having to change and what to do, I was like, I don't want to go down that path. I don't want to do the Critical Role path. I don't want to do what everyone else is doing because I'll just get lost in the crowd. Even though I'm slowly starting to become a face in the D&D community, I still need to.
Guys, can we play normal D&D today? DM if we wanted to play. DM asked if we wanted to play normal D&D. We wouldn't have asked for the Cumgens and Drag Dick homebrew. Now run the Dragon Orgy with no fade to black. I keep saying I have this really big want to run Kinks and Cantrips, but like I can't run another game right now. I can't
reach out. I still need to be seen. And so I was thinking, okay, what am I going to do? What am I going to change? And so I was talking with my editor. I was talking with my players.
You have an editor? Why do you have an editor? I'm sorry. What? You have an editor? What are you paying this guy? Peanuts? Let's go like fucking a year ago. When you hire the worst henchman.
Thanks to D&D in a Castle for sponsoring this video. More about them after the sketch.
About how you'll look at my cool character like a joke character, and now I'm not interested in this camp.
Oh, we're really doing this, dude. This is rough. This is actually live. Oh, brother. Dude, this guy's really trying. This is like my community theater, dude. I'm laughing. I'm not saying this is easy. This is hard. This is clearly hard. I'm just laughing because of they both look like fucking game theory side characters. Doesn't that guy look like Matt Pat?
Pain. You?
Oh, just in a constant state of anxiety because I'm a perfectionist and I know nothing's gonna go according to plan. Yeah.
Oh, brother. Oh. Oh, brother.
You ready to play?
Not really. You got.
Dude, this Hilton community room has not seen
want to
such
get
aura.
blasted by the mind flayer and stare directly into the eyes of every player. And I just want to play Humblewood.
That's crazy. What kind of tables are you playing at? That sounds like a lot of fun. He's giving dare, counselor.
Got any snacks?
This is the Ned Fulmer of D&D. You guys are killing this guy, dude.
But I don't want to share. Can you tell me why you're late?
Yep, but I don't want to share.
Holy shit, these guys practiced their hearts out for this one.
Touche. All right, let's begin. You start in a tavern.
A tavern?
Yes, why?
Taverns are cliche starting points.
They're cliches for a reason.
Yeah, to force a party together, but I'm the only one playing. What? Why are we starting in a tavern?
Well,
that other guy with him, dare I say it, the Matt Pat lookalike, is a way better actor than him.
Memes. I thought you'd appreciate it.
I didn't.
Well, I said what I said. You can't back out now.
To be clear, the interview happened in 2022. He lost his editor in 2023 due to cutbacks. Okay, so we need to go back due to overinvestment. Okay, well, subtlety doesn't see their strong suit. Yeah. Hold on, my 15-year journey of becoming a comedian.
Hello, my name is Duke Davis. I have been doing comedy for about 15.
Dude, it would be crazy if his name was Duke Dennis. Wouldn't it have been crazy if he was there in the room when Livy Dunn? Remember Livy Dunn? Remember Baby Gronk? Dude, that's like proto brain rot now.
Years now, and I'm going to share with you my 15-year experience that
I
I
would
have
love
had
to
with
see your 15-year experience
comedy
with
started
comedy.
at a very young age of my life. When I was growing up and watching TV, the things I would look forward to the most, and
God, this guy is nostalgia critic, man. I can't.
I was shown as well was Whose Line Is It Anyway, The Three Stooges, and Abbott and Costello.
Well, you see, the thing is that all those guys are funny.
During that period, I started getting into making my own sketches, making my own films. I would steal my
Dark Side
sister's
Phil.
camera and make a lot of short little films with mini figurines. They weren't good. They were not good. They were very, very bad, let me tell you. And I would also go through and try.
Dude, he's he's gonna do the who's on first bit, but it's like whose initiative is highest.
To get my siblings to be in videos, or my siblings would make videos and I would just watch it on repeat constantly because it was just so much fun and it was just good to laugh at myself. I enjoyed it. I loved watching and laughing at myself and just seeing the stupid things I was doing.
I don't know why he's always wearing a hat. He's not hiding anything from the Norwood scale under there.
Throughout a young age, I just always tried to make videos, and then I would force my family to watch said videos. They probably weren't that happy watching them. I was probably getting a lot of pity laughs and a lot of, So,
I mean, you're still getting pity laughs. Nothing much has changed.
This time, it was about, I was under 10 when I was doing all of this. Then, YouTube came in.
Oh, brother.
I was introduced to YouTube when it first came out, and my siblings showed me,
I'm fucking
first of
dying.
all, the Nigahiga's How to
Well, that was a close one, man. Be careful with that.
Be series. So the How to Be Gangster, How to Be Nerd, How to Be Ninja,
Yeah, I
How
can
to
tell.
Be Emo. I would watch them 10 times over in a day, go to bed, wake up, and rewatch all of them. Because I loved it so much.
I only know who 3 people are on this. I only know Mr. Higa, Tom Ska, and Smosh.
Loved how people could make sketch comedy videos and put it online. I wanted to do that. I wanted to do that kind of sketch comedy. And that is where my passion...
He's a little late to the game, man. He should have been doing YouTube when he was like 15.
To be able to do sketch comedy and also wanting to do this full time was through those videos. At that moment of watching, I wanted to be a sketch comedian. I wanted to do that for the rest of my life. And then throughout time, I started finding other sketch comedians that I really, really enjoyed. The next one, obviously Smosh. Smosh was also very big around that time, and I enjoyed and watched their stuff on repeat constantly. I soon found Tom Ska, Julian Smith, Olin Rogers, and Studio C, and I would just get such a craving of wanting to be in their position. I wanted to do sketch comedy. I wanted for millions and thousands and millions of people to watch my stuff.
I want to be famous. Just say it. I want to be famous. I don't know. The comedy is second order of importance next to my celebrity status. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is this nerd drama? Well, there's no rape yet, so I guess we're doing pretty good. Maybe like a solid 6 or 7. Feel free to respond to that however you wish, chat.
But before all of that, I had to get experience with doing
Are his favorite comedians now all YouTube washouts? Hey, Anthony Padilla is pretty successful. Like, maybe Smosh is okay, but like the landscape is so... And Tom Scott's around, I guess.
comedy and just being on stage and performing it. And that wouldn't have happened if I didn't go to my local state fair and
this guy went to the local state fair
and I saw someone probably around the age of 15 or 16 do a ventriloquist performance.
Yeah, I'm sure that was astounding.
The simple Who's on First sketch by...
Oh my god. Okay, when do you start doing comedy?
Asking for puppets, things like that. And I was just hooked and I wanted to do that. And I believe this was around 7th or 8th grade at the time. I started diving into more...
I'm sorry, we haven't even gotten to his like insane drama. I'm so enamored with this guy's history, okay? Jeff Dunham, are you serious? Oh, you know, my favorite comic is the guy that has a racist caricature of a Mexican, an ableist depiction of a fucking autistic guy, and a guy who's making fun of Muslims.
Or of ventriloquists. I was like, what are these
This guy is such a dude. This guy's like, I could be a ventriloquist in the big 2020.
Need to know more. That's when I got introduced to Jeff Dunham and seeing what his material was. I loved watching Jeff Dunham. Again, I would watch that stuff on repeat. I then found Paul Zerdin, who later won America's Got Talent, which was awesome because I knew him before he was on any America's or Britain's Got Talent, and it was so cool to watch him win. That made me so happy. Like, my inner child was screaming for joy watching him win because I saw and studied his craft before he got really famous.
It was a different time. We were at war. Actually, maybe not so different.
And then this last person down here, Dan Horn, he is very, very good at making the puppets feel alive. And I would watch his stuff. I would watch how he...
Jeff Dunham made a porn joke about me when I was in the front row at a show when my mom won tickets from a local radio show. That's crazy.
He would do his mannerisms, how he would control the puppet. What do you need to do when I'm talking versus...
Back when the U.S. troops were still in the Middle East. Can you be more specific? We only left for like 2 years, so you need to give me like a year, you know? We're kind of... I mean, we're there now, right? Like, how do I know it's not like last week?
Puppets talking. I would study his stuff so much. I was invested in ventriloquism. I was invested in stand-up. And
his wife is being like, honey, stop spending money on all these dumb puppets and make something people actually will care about.
Again, I remember asking my parents for puppets. I remember asking for lessons, and they just didn't really understand, I think, what I was...
That's rough. That's rough. Have you thought talking to their therapist about this?
Actually trying to do, and I don't blame them. I mean, I was 7th or 8th grade. I wasn't very good at explaining things. But my grandma caught on, and she heard what I was trying to do, and she went out of her way to get me my first puppet and my first book on how to teach.
This is such a poison pill. This is such a poison pill. Comedian Jeff Dunham says Trump's win is a weight off of comics. Guys, comedy's back. Woke is over.
Ventriloquism. My first puppet was a Howdy Doody doll, the most simplest basic doll that you could get. It was a simple...
Maybe if he did D&D puppets, there would actually be something unique about his channel. That's actually brutal. Holy shit.
String on the back of the neck, and you would...
Wait, what did this guy do anyways? I'm going to get to it, but this is all important. Well, this isn't. I'm laughing at a guy's hopes and dreams.
Pull that string, and the mouth would open.
But we'll get to it.
Then it took off. As you can see in the top left
Hell yeah, brother.
there, that is me with my Howdy
Hell yeah.
doll. That is me, I believe, at around 12 or 13 years old, teaching people how to do ventriloquism.
What's
I had
the
no
drama?
right to
I'm
teach
gonna
ventriloquism.
get
The
to it.
video
All right,
con-
I'm gonna get to it. All right. So I want to circle back around to this. All right, but you're getting restless. I see. You're getting restless. All right. So let's finish off this interview clip and we'll get to it. Okay. Yeah. Why would you show us to the internet? This is pretty
and
rough.
It showed me that I could do this. That was my freshman year.
Dude,
of high
he's got a fucking monkey in high school, dude. Just a boy and his ape.
school doing stand up. That was again my second performance, and then the one right under it, that was the last performance I've done being a ventriloquist. This was when I was a sophomore in college, and that was the best.
Do you think ventriloquists pull in college? Do you think ventriloquists pull in college? Yeah, honey, come back. I'll eat you out and I'll make it like your pussy's talking.
Best performance I think I ever done because I understood how to do improv around that time. There'd be a funny laugh.
You learned how to do improv then? Damn, bro. I think you
and I would catch on and I would, poke fun at them and did very, very well with it. I'm super, super proud of those moments. I haven't picked up doing ventriloquism since sophomore year in college, and I miss it. I've been thinking about it a lot recently, and
you've
it's
been thinking
potential
about
I might go
ventriloquism
back.
a lot?
My high school absolutely loved the ventriloquist stuff. So I got two funny stories. One is my junior year.
No, we gotta stop, dude. This is too much. You're sharing too much with the internet. Oh God. All right, I'll get back to it. I want to keep laughing at his fucking dummies. But let's get through this, right? Because this guy wants to be famous, okay? Like, if that old video should tell me anything, it's that he wants to be famous, okay? Does he miss sticking his hand in the dummy? Dude, those black holes are calling to him every day.
Pretty much what we're going to be doing is like we're going to do the Twitch.
So again, the takeaway there is that he really wants to be famous. All right.
And podcasts, we're going to be doing that because our streams, the streams are going to be fully out there. So like everyone's going to be able to watch the recording from start to finish. There's no cuts or anything. Same with podcasts. It's going to go in podcast form where people can listen to it. And I feel like that's really good because people will be outside, like someone doing construction
Guys,
work.
I'm going to do something really different. I'm going to make a D&D podcast. And it's going to have everything. Oh, God, you're so original.
Be able to like pop in their headphones and then they have like a 3-hour session they can listen to, and it's like that's great. That could really help pass the time. But the thing with YouTube,
me working in the hard day factory, listening to my Reddit Chungus DM,
and I think a lot of people go like, "Oh, Twitch is great. We really need to grow YouTube. YouTube's not doing so well," and a lot of people think and wonder why it's not doing well. And I finally realized
I will say it's getting kind of crazy that the like recommended keeps recommending me like insane AI videos. Sumito Media did a video about it recently where it's like, okay, clearly like something is weird about the algorithm, because why is this like AI generated video of Skittles getting 25 million views, but then people who like labor on a video aren't getting any views, for that effort? Like clearly they've targeted it towards an audience. You're telling me 25 million people gave a shit enough to watch the Skittles fall out of The Rock's anus?
Because when people go onto YouTube, they take their phone and they're looking, they're watching. And so that's where it's like, okay, I understand now. Something finally clicked. So what I'm doing with our D&D sessions is, so like I said, the full sessions are going to be on Twitch and on podcast. But when we put them into YouTube, I talked with my editor, and each session, how we're going to do it is we're going to cut them up into episodes.
Wow,
So-
you're going to cut them up into episodes. By the way, not an original idea. I have not seen this until like now, but like you are not the first person to have that idea.
Like 1 30-minute episode on like a Tuesday, the other one of that same session on Thursday, and then the last one on Saturday. And a lot of people go, "Oh, that's not going to work. It's not going to work." I've heard that all the time. But then my counter argument is, okay, like video gamers on YouTube do that.
So I think the AI thing is proof that AI can just be passive income, but again, it's a corporate Skinner box where they think they can seed a channel with the AI, then pivot. There's that, and then there's also guys that run like 10 AI channels, and they use that to like generate an income, and it's like some of them are getting hella views, and it's a huge problem. Diesel, can you explain what the fuck is happening? Okay, so this guy is trying to take down that DnD podcast.
Listen, we're going to make a DnD podcast, but instead of Faroon, it's going to take place in the world of, insert name of favorite game or anime.
Oh boy. Axis, careful. You're scraping new heights here.
Exact same thing. They will have a series, they will play through it, and they will cut things up. They will cut.
Okay, so he has ideas over what a D&D pod should be and how it should be, right? But moving a little further ahead, he is going to explain something that made me burst out laughing.
Like a 20-minute shopping spree where nothing happened, and for an audience perspective, they didn't need to know any of that. It was just kind of like a 20 minutes waste of filler.
By the way, he talks like he knows what he's like doing, but like at this point, this is 2022. He's been doing YouTube for like a very short amount of time.
That didn't need to be there. And so
he's talking about cutting his VOD into 3 episodes for YouTube. Yeah, I know, a real transcendental idea. You know, I think honestly, we would all be billionaires if we listened to that guy.
We're going over on YouTube. We're going to be releasing them in episodes, and I'm really excited about it because it's going to be a lot of the things that's going to be happening is it's going to be new. I know the D&D community is going to be like, oh, what is this? Do I touch?
Oh, the D&D community is going to be so at awe at this new thing I'm bringing. The guy talks like a C-suite executive. I'm sorry. He talks about making YouTube videos the same way EA's CEO talks about a seasonal update for Battlefield.
Type of a thing. And so I feel like it's going to be like that gear I talked about at the very beginning where it's kind of stuck, but then slowly it's going to start turning, and it's going to start turning these other gears. And so, yeah, to go back to your question, I do plan on doing the D&D sessions, but they're going to be in a very different way that I think is going to really, really.
Dude, I'm going to do D&D differently. I'm going to take our live streams, and I'm going to have another guy edit them to be 30 minutes long. Yeah, I know. You might even call it a highlight from a stream.
Help new people. That's the thought process I'm going into, is like, how am I going to introduce like new people, new D&D fans, new D&D players into D&D sessions? Because whenever someone's like, hey, I want to get into D&D sessions, it's like, oh, go watch these people. They have 40 episodes that are 4 hours long, so try to catch up. It's kind of like, that's intimidating.
Yeah. That's my problem with NetPod. I wanted to like.
By the way, I didn't notice because I had this like minimized and I was listening to it. I noticed this with other communities that are on commentary, and I should mention that I am definitely pulling punches this stream. It is really funny how other communities are so averse to giving any criticism that they will bend over backwards to be like, look, I actually love this. I'm just saying it. But I really like them. They're really amazing. Please don't fucking explode me. Like, dude, you can give criticism and opinions. Okay. You're not like saying that we should like blow them up with nuclear bombs. Okay. Like you're just saying that like if anything, I'm being like probably on the side of like too much for this community, because I'm doing things like laughing at the guy who wants to play with puppets.
I started listening to it, and it's just like there's so many episodes.
Right. It's insane, and like everyone keeps going like, oh, nothing's working. Let's keep trying the same thing and see if it works. Like, no, you're getting them.
And because demand will be high, I'll leave the video up of the full stream. A video on demand, even. I think I'll call it a VOD.
Think of something else. That's where the kind of like the channel. Sorry, I'm spewing out ideas. This has been like in my head for so long, and I just need to like tell someone about it. So you're that person. I hope that's okay.
That's perfect. That's amazing.
Mr. Ideas guy over here.
You're like, this is content. I need this. All right. So that's kind of like going out with the D&D community. And like, I love the D&D community. I love the content creators. But here's the thing.
Oh my God. These guys with their compliment sandwiches. Dude, I love this community. I love this, ... But, fucking just say it, brother.
The community is in right now. And no one is taking a risk to step outside the box to try something new. That has been a struggle I've seen, because every time someone comes in, they're like, hey, I want to be a D&D content creator. I'm thinking about doing how-to videos. Does that sound like a good idea? And I go, no, that doesn't. Why?
I'd be lying if I said that shit doesn't work, okay? It's a niche, right? People are just looking to fill their fucking ear holes with endless amounts of content. All right? Obviously, you should have something to say. It shouldn't be completely pointless. But it is just so funny that he's like poo-pooing on like creators that are like explaining how to do this or do that, right? I still find useful tips from D&D like DM advice videos, right? So like there's always something out there, all right? You'll get a lot of the same tips, but you'll find stuff.
Because everyone...
But like, what else are you going to do? Like, honestly, what else are you going to do? Because the other option and his other decision is the crazy part of this, right? Because like, yeah, it's an option, but like there's a reason people aren't doing it.
Does that when they start D&D. No one is trying anything different. Everyone does either comedy videos, that's where I'm at, or they do comedy videos, they do builds, they do how-to videos, they do reviews.
Reviews are great because everybody needs opinions from somebody who knows what they're talking about. So as long as you're not like slow, like you'll do pretty good with something like that, I think. I don't know. I love Quinn's Quest. But Quinn's is also like really passionate about like board games and tabletop. So it's like, that's just like, okay, well, it's just because he knows what he's talking about and he's passionate that I watch. Even his recent video about that paranormal thing failed or didn't do super amazing, which is a shame.
Or they do sessions.
It did a little lower than what I average see from Quinn's Quest is what I'm saying for views.
All revolve around the same thing. Everyone does the same thing. And it's just like, that's fine. We need those videos. That's the thing. We do need those videos, but we don't need more of those videos type of it. We don't
Guys, we don't need more of those videos that are literally the entire niche. So you know this genre of video you guys have been making? What if we changed it?
We need something else. And so for my channel, something else I'm trying to do for the D&D community. And if anyone listens to this is my idea. No one can steal this. Hey, I thought of this first. I'm saying on record that this was my idea. So like what I'm doing is I'm trying to break outside this box. I'm trying to break away more from the comedy. I'm still going to do comedy because comedy is a big thing. And I don't want to leave the fans who built this channel up, just be like, hey, see, I'm doing something.
Yeah. And do you know what? I just realized he's looking for a silver bullet content. He's mad. He needs diversified content.
Else now, like, thanks for what you did, but peace. I don't want to do that. I want to keep the comedy videos going because that's what they enjoy. So what I'm trying to do is I stopped and thought, and I was like, okay, what is something that the D&D community is missing? I was like, what is missing from it? And I had a couple days where I shouldn't say a couple days. I've been thinking about this for like months.
He's been racking around this idea for months. The $1 million idea, baby. Just wait, guys. Wait in your seats, okay? This genius is about to hit you with the biggest idea. An earth-shattering change to D&D content.
When I stepped away and took a break and I wasn't in front of my computer where I wasn't focused on anything, my brain was fine and clear up, and I go, oh, you know what? Like, no one's been like a Mr. Beast in the D&D community before. Like, there's nothing going on with, like, every niche has like a Mr.
Oh yeah, guys, where's the Mr. Beast of D&D YouTube? Think about that. Think about that while I go take this piss. Go you think long and hard about that. remember that Malcolm in the Middle episode where he wrote a new song, but it was just a Meow Mix theme song? That's him. Every niche has a Mr. Beast. Where's the Mr. Beast of no commentary gaming playthroughs? So true.
Mr. Beast in it so far. D&D does not have it. And I was like, okay, you know what?
Guys, you know what D&D content needs? A guy who talks really loudly and then gives people a bunch of things and then takes money from the Saudi wealth fund to make Beastland, you know?
I think that's the route I need to go. I think I really need to try to show people.
How are we doing the Mr. Beast of D&D gaming? Like the DM of a huge LARP? I don't even know how he would facilitate this. He's not breaded like that.
Like, it's not just me wanting to do it. It's more like showing the D&D community, like, hey.
I sat down in my chair and I need to take a shit now. I'm sorry. You're all gonna have to listen to the piss song again. 1 second. I thought it would pass. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah. Magnesium citrate, yada, yada, yada. I know. It just hit me that I'm typing about some man shitting on a Sunday night. Guys, everybody poops. All right, calm down. What are you all fucking 12? I was like, it was like one of those instances where I was like, I don't know, man. Am I gonna be okay? Can I weather it? Can I weather the storm? And I'm like, nah, man, you had an energy drink. You can't weather that storm. You're not him. You can't do it. I had to poop max, you know. I'm doing a cleanse. Oh, shit. No, I didn't shit myself. Don't even get it started. That did not happen. Oh, God.
Hey, did you guys know this is other things that we can start putting up that I think a lot of people would enjoy?
Guys, I think we should have a guy who makes content that it's like 20 toxic horny bards versus 1 DM. And we'll call it something Jubilee, I guess. Yeah, sure.
One of the big projects that I'm planning on doing, I got 2 projects, is one, I'm going to build the world's largest dice tower, and so far it's going to be 20 feet tall.
I literally drink like fucking something fermented every day, okay? My probiotics are my gut microbiome is phenomenal, okay? They're like, it's like a 5-star resort in there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to be doing that. Can't give too much away. You're going to have to watch the video for that because there's going to be a lot of surprises that go with it.
Guys, there's going to be a lot of surprises. I'm going to make Mr. Beast content. I'm going to drive a big D20 down a big dice tower.
So I'm going to make the world's largest dice tower. And then the second video I'm doing is how to get up a lot of ads, a lot of sponsorships on my videos. So if you see any like recent ads, it's to fund this next project. But I went to my local...
For anybody coming in and they came in, they don't even realize that I just came back from the bathroom. That's crazy.
I'm going to my local game shop where I go play like Yu-Gi-Oh and everything. I made friends there. They've been really cool. They've helped me out of just like a small dark patch that I was going through. I made friends. It was wonderful. And I'm going to go over there and I'm going to buy every single...
Yes. No, he's making just a regular size dice tower, but it's like big.
DnD item they have. And then I'm going to give it all away for free. And then we're going to donate a ton to St. Jude as well. Because...
Wow, that's actually like Mr. Beast stuff.
Exactly. And I was like, you know what? It's been really, I'm very excited for it. I'm excited to take this next step. It's like, yeah, it's expensive. It's crazy expensive. Like these 2 videos are like 5 figures. Like that's how expensive they are.
Bro is like, I cannot even begin to tell you how insanely stupid it is for him to do that. A guy is blowing 5 figures on making YouTube videos. I can think of like 10 things more beneficial than that. Okay.
I'm so excited because as us content creators, as us D&D content creators, we go, man, our community has given us so much. They have given us so much. We want to give back. And the way we have been giving back is providing more content, which isn't bad. I'm not saying.
Yeah, you should keep providing content. That's all people want from you. Just do that. Why you got to make it weird?
That's a bad thing at all, but it's more of like, when we give back.
No wonder he had to fire the editor. I know.
From what I've seen is like, oh, we need to give back to our community. Okay, here's these things. And then the D&D community winds up spending more money on a creator type of thing. And to me, I'm like, that's not really giving back. I mean, it's giving back.
Oh, man. These viewers are spending money on a creator when what they could be doing is getting free stuff by watching me.
Back in a way, but like, they're still having to spend money a lot. And that's just kind of where I was like, no, I legit want to be like, the D&D community has given.
Look. YouTubers aren't going to maintain a healthy long-term career if they just make videos. You need to make like something, okay? I feel really confident about the book I'm making. Of course, I'd love it if you guys bought it when I finish it. If you don't, fine, whatever. But like, I can't just make videos for the rest of my life, you know? So if that's a better way to support me, yeah, absolutely. Go to fuck ahead. All right. But he's treating it like it's some transcendental idea to make YouTube videos.
Given us so much, I want to give back. So I'm going to buy everything there, and I'm going to give it all away for free. You do not have to spend a dime for anything. You do not have to.
Oh, it's going to be totally different, guys. I'm just going to give you things. It'll be just like Mr. Beast. The way that I am going to be the D&D Mr. Beast is I'm just going to take things that are nerd related and give it to people.
Me anything. The most I'll ask is just to watch the video, share it with your friends.
Talking about my IBS is way more engaging than his amazing idea. It's been crazy lately. I'm not even gonna lie.
But like, this is for you. Hey, you want that?
Only if there's a unicorn in the book. We have a jackalope. We have a jackalope. That's kind of unicorn related. It's Western themed, you know.
Source book that you've been dying for, but it's like $50 and you can't spend it. Guess what? Here it is. I'm not asking for anything in return. You want some new dice? Here's some new dice. Like, that's what I want to do.
Hear more about this book. It's like a cryptids and cowboys. It's cryptids and cowboys, okay, with a smidge of steampunk to make it all a little dirty.
And I got after that, I had a whole lineup of ideas that I think is going to just really make the D&D community just go like it's
Is
just
it horror themed. Yeah, it's folk horror. It's folk horror themed.
I'm so excited. I'm just so excited. I haven't been this excited.
Awesome.
Yeah, I haven't been this excited to create content.
No, I am not microdosing magnesium citrate anymore. I understand that I was poisoning myself with diarrhea. I know. I will not eat magnesium citrate again.
For a while, and I'm like, the big videos that I plan on, like, kind of like the peak so far of what I'm doing right now. I'm already reaching out to stunt people. I'm reaching out to companies. Like,
but yeah, we Kat is finishing the last monster today, so I'm finally gonna start proofreading soon. Like, it's actually crazy. So it is coming along. It's just I have a bunch of other things that I'm also managing. Like, I'm managing like insane shit. There's so much. There's some stuff I can't talk about with the business, but like I do manage other things that are taking away time to work on a book.
Hey, this is the idea. Would you guys be willing? And they're like, oh yeah, here's the price. I'm like, yes, okay, I'm making this happen. This is so cool.
Is magnesium bad for you? It's a muscle relaxer, so it makes you shit yourself.
Oh, I am just. There's a lot of things that's going to be happening with the channel. I want to be a face of the D&D community. Like, you know, you have Critical, who's the face of the
He wants to be the face. Notice how everything comes back to a celebrity status. Okay. Notice how it comes back to a celebrity status. This is the second clip I've shown you where this guy's like, I want to be a face of D&D. Oh, okay. I want to be a famous comic. I want to do that. Like, this guy's entire, you know, when like somebody like of course everybody who makes YouTube content for the public to see wants to be famous. Like, fuck yeah, I'd like 4,000 people to be watching my stupid stream. Yeah, absolutely. No shit. But like, I also have things to say, you know? That's like why I'm making a book, you know? Because I have things to say, and maybe a YouTube stream isn't that, you know? This guy is stale if he was only Norwood 1. That's crazy. It is a D&D module. It is a D&D module. So it is a campaign setting book. But like, I didn't just want to make a campaign setting book and it just be cryptids and cowboys, even though that's super sick and fun. I wanted to like make a module that is also me being like, damn, this whole capitalism thing is kind of bad. It's getting really bad. Wouldn't it be interesting if we had like rights? You know, like really strong like unions again or something? Like, so like obviously I have something to say, but like, let's be real on the marketing. I'm not gonna put that, okay? Because I know that Cryptids and Cowboys is what sells the book. So I wouldn't say that, but that's what it's for. That's why I'm making it.
I want to be a different face, and there's nothing stopping me. And I feel like if I don't do it, no one else is going to do it, or someone else is going to do it, but they're not going to do it correctly. So it's like,
okay. So I need to be the face of the Mr. Beast of D&D because nobody else can be. All right. So this is the kind of guy we're talking about here, right? So now that we finally have a full picture of this idiot's hubris, right? I would just like to remind people, right? This guy talks the talk. Diesel is walking the walk. You're making a module. You're running a hobby shop. You're making fantasy-themed coffee. Yeah. I mean, I can't LARP because my entire equity is associated to it. Anything that is worth anything, right? But, to show you how truly insane his hubris is, let me introduce you to something. Oh yeah, I forgot. Website's down. Let's go to the web archive. Okay, let's go to archive.org. Excuse me. So guys, if you like one-shot questers comedy, If you like Duke's comedy, you can sign up for a free trial to One Shot Questers TV. Okay. One Shot Questers ad-free? Ad-free One Shot Questers? Sounds like a good idea. Exclusive content. Behind the scenes. What is it? Dude, you get to see him on a green screen? Oh, shit. Early viewing. More. And only $3.99 a month. Or $40 a year after a 7-day free trial. Yes. So he made a website. He made a website that was... Guys, what if we had Dropout TV, but it was just one guy, and it was just him all the time? Guys, what if we had Netflix, but it was one guy who lives in a 2-bedroom apartment? What if we had HBO Max, but all of the costumes were from the dollar store? Oh man. Get this man a line to Quibi, okay? Get this man to Quibi. This reportedly had 27 active viewers at its peak. Hey man. That's a crisp few dollars a month. One guy TV where you get one guide all day every day. Dude, this is so fucking funny. Yeah, man. I'm only subscribing to One Shot Questers TV if I could take it on the go. You know? I want to be watching that on the subway. I want people to be like, what are you watching? And then I go, One Shot Questers TV. It's only $3.99 a month. Why wouldn't he at least add puppets to pretend to talk to him if he already got the ventriloquism down? Guys, come on. Nat 20 on persuasion. Free for 7 days. Could you? I can't imagine the hubris required to do something like this. It's $107.73 a month at his peak. Dude, you can get like 2 burritos from Chipotle. Many such cases. My D&D orc's name is Gruntilda, and she's dumb as rocks. Does she happen to know a little fella by the name of Banjo and his suspiciously comedic partner Kazooie? I just know he don't play about Adam Ruins Everything. So he's the Jeff Dunham of D&D. Stop it. That's basically a compliment for him when you think about it, right? But the way that this all ties together is that MinMax raised money. So the D&D, right? This is why we're here. This is why we're here. Just so we all remember, right? Why we're here. MinMax, right? Is these little guys, not little, but these sword fighting, thespian, historical martial artists make a D&D show, okay? Meanwhile, One Shot Questers is left out to dry, all right? Nobody likes One Shot Questers. Nobody like him. He doesn't make any money. All right, he makes few dollars from his subscription service. He wants to be the Mr. Beast of D&D, and none of it happened. And after none of it happened,
This is going to be a video.
A nice guy got mad. A nice guy got mad. All right.
Video that if you've been a longtime viewer or someone who just joined in, I do apologize because this is going to be a video that
I think he might have moved up from a Norwood 1 to a Norwood 2, guys. I don't know, man. Take that hat off, mister.
I have never made before.
I know, he didn't title it. He left it as like a single dot.
Why? Because I've always been a nice guy.
I think that is the biggest fucking lie I have ever heard. What? What? I'm a mad guy. I was a nice guy. I was a nice guy. And then I got mad. What's my extension say? I think extension broke. Extension broke. Many such cases. Yeah, extension broke. Extension broke.
And I have been labeled
Diesel. The video is titled period, but artsy. Oh, well, you know.
As a nice guy within this community.
Dude, you've been labeled as a nice guy in this community. I've been talking to a lot of people, and everybody says, Mr. Questers, they say I'm a great guy. You know, I asked Bob World Builder. I call him, you know, we're friends, Mr. Me and Bob. I call him Big Guy Bob. And I say, Bob, I'm a nice guy, right, Bob? And Bob says, well, I've never seen a nicer guy. Never more generous. You know, I've never seen one. This is such a appropriate use of the... This is such an appropriate use of the Trump thing. I'm sorry. You know, I've been talking to lots of other people. XP to level 3. He says, one-shot Questers, you're so funny. And I go, I know, but never as funny as you. And then we laughed. It was great.
You know what? That's fine. I have enjoyed that title. I have been proud to hold that title. I love this community dearly. I love the people here because you guys have supported me and you guys are just a terrific group of people. And I care about you guys so very much. I'll also say with this video,
I care
know
about
a lot
my
of people
fans. I care about my community. Anyway, so today I'm taking a shot at somebody.
might be like, oh, great. He's going off again, making something that is more around algorithms and numbers and things like that. Just stick to what you're good at. Stick
Make the videos, Video Monkey.
to what you're passionate about. Well, guess what? I'm passionate about this community.
Looter, that's a good one. Hold on. I gotta do this one. I've always been the best D&D player. Best in the world, they say. I was the best bard. I could vicious mockery anyone. But the woke liberals, they didn't like that. They want to take away your vicious mockery. They censored me. No more, people. Cantrip vicious mockery is back on the table.
Passionate about the people that I love within this community. And the people
you can't see me today, but I am doing the hands still. You can't do it without doing the hands.
People who have supported me in this community, and I am sick and tired of seeing creators and events take advantage of this very vulnerable.
Guys, they're taking advantage of fans' money, okay? The vulnerable adult fans that typed in their credit card number and gave other adults money.
Community. It makes me
like, obviously, if all these HEMA people ran off with the bread, that would be a different story. But they produced the show. They did what they set out to do. It's not like they cut and run, man.
So upset, and I am tired of being nice and not saying anything.
Well, you are such a fucking liar when you say that. Why do we have to pretend that we're trying to be a nice person when we're like taking shots at people? Okay? I know I'm being mean when I laugh at you for liking ventriloquist dummies. All right? It's the equivalent of a guy saying, I want to be a professional train spotter.
I am tired of not saying anything when people have come up to me telling me what really was going on.
I'm glad that your boyfriend is proud of my Trump impression.
Behind the scenes and whatnot, and being like, well, you're a nice guy, so we can trust you because we know you're not going to tell anyone what we really think. Well, I'm going to tell people what they really think because I'm tired of this. The convergence? Yeah, that event that was hosted back in 2022 by some of the most biggest TikTok creators back then in the D&D space, some that are very like, oh, we're wholesome and we love you guys. You really want to know what they said about you guys behind?
You want to know what the creators said about the fans behind the scenes? What a catty bitch maneuver, holy shit. Yeah, the rug pull of producing 200K plus videos. Yeah.
The scenes, you really want to know how they viewed you? Because I'll freaking do it.
You want to know how they viewed you?
If they end up pulling a stunt like that again, you want to know where your donations went to that charity stream for that one D&D creator that put it on?
Can you prove it? Can you prove any of these things? What are you even talking about?
Do you want to know why it was so weird that you never saw a receipt from that donation and suddenly they're...
Why? Oh, okay, dude. Dude, Gerard the completionist ruined the ability for anybody to do charity work in the creator space, dude. Oh, unless you show the receipt, unless you show all this blah, 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 you must be running off with the money. What an insanely insane thing to say. Look, dare I say it, I think most people are good, okay? I don't want to walk through life going, yep, it must be that everybody who does a charity stream is running off with the money.
On vacation because I got the receipts. I have the DMs, and if any of these creators decide to try to pull a stunt like this again, I am calling their butts out. I'm yelling. I am frustrated. This is 6 years.
Dude, extreme claims require extreme evidence, okay? We just went over this with Lee Dallas Multipass, and this better not be one of those dramas where he like teases that he has the information. And then, like, I go and I watch the most recent video, and I see that he was actually saving it to debate the other guys into, like, a giga trap because he thinks he's, like, fucking Light Yagami.
Of pent-up aggression. And this is, unfortunately, the thing that broke the camel's back. And
yeah, it's because they're, like, actually hot nerds who are entertaining, and you're the chud who puts his ears inside his baseball cap.
I am frustrated. I am sad.
Are you gonna cry? Are you gonna cry? You're gonna cry? Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Are you gonna... You should be blown the fuck out, dude. You should be blown the fuck out. I don't even like Crispy, but if he's blowing you up, dude, and you're losing, I think it might be over for you.
That this community keeps...
You're actually such a... Excuse me, I gotta be a little unwoke. This is gay. Like... Dude, what a flag it, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Getting taken advantage of.
Leave Brittany alone energy.
Because I've met so many of you.
Shitting and pissing and coming and crying.
And you're all wonderful. Sorry, I didn't feel like I was getting emotional, but I'm...
What are you on about? You've gotta give us something.
I'm getting so much off my chest right now. If you don't know what MinMax is a D&D production started by a group of short form creators who...
Yeah, and you weren't invited.
Who are very athletic and also who focus mainly on like showcasing weapons and things like that. It was very exciting. They put out this video saying, hey, we want everyone to get together. We want to play D&D and we want to like...
This is Dramageddon for people who are in a polycule and roll dice on a Friday evening.
Show people what we can do together. And you know what? That's a really cool idea. That's super awesome. When I showcase...
Nothing to do with the creators asked to join MinMax. Oh my god. Dude, it's crazy that I just talked about this. This has everything to do with the ones who are producing MinMaxed, who are the creators. Hey guys, don't go after the creators. This has everything to do with the people that are producing MinMax, the creators. Much of what I say is based off of my own experience putting this type of productions on. I will also do my due diligence to the points and faults and my own mistakes that I also made when trying to put something like this on. This is not an attack to stop the production of MinMax. This is a call out on the mishandling supporters' hard-earned funds of over $100,000. I want this project to succeed for my friends who are a part of this and to the fans who donated. What I'm about to provide is in hopes that this production gets on the level that we were told it was get to. And if I'm proven wrong, and if they did do more future videos after episode 1, I'll be more than happy to take this video down, make a video offering an apology, and go into detail what I like about this production. So again, for those of you that came in late, I have worked on film productions. I have done that. That is what my degree is in. Okay? I've worked on big shows. I've worked on little shows. I've worked on documentaries. I've worked on ads. I've worked on music videos. I've been in audio tech. I've been a grip. I've been in the camera team. I've been I've done it all. Okay. I really actually, this is what I know. I've priced out productions too. That's another thing. That's really boring. I don't like doing that. But like, yeah.
This information that I'm about to dive into with MinMax. I want you all to know that this has nothing to do with the creators that were asked to join.
Okay, he's gonna read it.
Also, when trying $1,000, the ones who are a part of this, and to the fans.
The worst part is Sellsword responded genuinely to this shite. Yeah, which is, I mean, honestly, he's taking like the bigger man approach, which is totally fine. I wouldn't. I think this guy's a clown. I think he should be laughed at. Okay, I think he's funny. And I think we really shouldn't respect his opinions.
Who donated. What I'm about to provide is in hopes that this production gets to the level that we were told for episode 1, offering an apology and go into detail what I like about this production. With that
yes,
graphics
Lunar, you're
person,
100% on point. I think the problem people think is that they feel their opinions are worth much more because they have a platform. But like, if you don't have any experience with the actual production stages, like, yeah, absolutely. If you don't have production experience, it's kind of hard for you to give good advice on this. And I'm sorry, but this guy is such an amateur hour that I'm like, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
and how I go about things, I see things a little bit differently when it comes to graphics. I worked at a graphic design place for a year.
For a year? Wow, that's it. I know illustrators and graphic designers that work at like fucking Fortune 500 companies. Okay, what did you do there? Did you deliver them coffee? Because one-shot questers don't look that nice. If you are a graphic design major, or you have worked at a graphic design house, or whatever the fuck, what? Why? I said major. Excuse me. Let me be very clear. If you worked at a graphic design house for a year, why do your thumbnails look so bad? Do you really want to go bar for bar on that?
It taught me so much. It taught me everything that I needed to know.
You worked at a place for a year. You barely understood what was going on. I'm sorry, but you definitely needed more.
About creating product or like graphic design within production. So this first slide is their layout. $100,000. And there is 52% dead space on your.
Are you fucking kidding me? Guys, $100,000. This dead space. Are really? Is this your smoking gun? 80% dead space without the VTT, 52 dead space with the VTT. I see everything I need to see. like what about the readability of this? I don't know. Like the readability is like fine.
Screen if you're watching this video. There's 80% of dead space with
What did you do you do the math on that? You get out a protractor? I bet you put it up to the monitor. I bet you didn't even put it in Photoshop.
Out the VTT on screen. You don't believe me? Here it is.
Okay.
That is all you see with the creator.
All right. Dude, does this guy know how to auto line things up in Figma? Dude, does he know, guys? Does he know how to wireframe a web page? That's the real question. You work at a graphic design house. You must know what that means. Could you please make another video responding to this and explain what I've just said to prove it? Because I don't believe you, actually.
And this is everything that you see for everything else.
I mean, if you really want to be pedantic about it, yeah, I guess there's a lot of fucking headroom, but like, also there's like these really elaborate sets behind them. If I build an elaborate set, you bet your sweet bippy I'm gonna show it.
There's no reason why each of these shots need to be so zoomed out. And why these creators, you know, the creators that people wanted to see play together are so little.
I mean, yeah, I guess they're small, man. But like, this is literally the not big deal. I drew him as a soy Wojak. Nothing he says matters. Hold on. Dude, he got Wojackified, dude. You know how rare it is to get a Wojak of him these days? Oh, man. The woman is in the smallest box. Interesting how the woman is in the smallest box.
There is no excuse for that. Why is there so much more space for the DM?
Because he's the DM. And whether you like it or not, the DM is kind of the main character of a D&D live play. Who do they talk about when they talk about Critical Role in Dimension 20? They talk about the DM. It's why we have the Matt Mercer effect. It's because he's fucking the DM.
Are the one leading this game. They should be a main focus for this, and they're not. And you want to know why? Because 25% of the screen is just backdrop.
I don't... Uh-huh.
Viewers are seeing more backdrop than the people they paid to watch play D&D.
Okay, I think they're still getting exactly what they paid for. Is it, like, not the best? I mean, I guess, but, like, really? I'm getting kind of tired of the I worked at a place authority call. I worked at a graphic design place. Says nothing, bro. He could have been the janitor. It's like me saying I work at Lockheed Martin, but all I do is make Chick-fil-A sandwiches for lunch.
Together. And it's crazier when we get into more of this, how much this backdrop feels, or this set feels more of a priority than the actual game itself.
Okay. Who cares? This is such a nothing burger.
Moving on. This is the big kicker. This is what ticked me off the most.
Dude, you worked at a graphic design place? Why does everything you type look like shit? The Atmosphere by Dark Hour Still Beat Studio. The set, the gaming table, the venue, minus $7,144. That's pretty good. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, if you get a set and then the gaming table and the space down for $7,000, that's pretty doable. That's pretty good. That's like, if you wanted to do this, like, you could save money and do it yourself. Like, that's how cheap this production is looking.
And
that's not a bad thing. I think you should try to lower the cost and get the most value out of a low-cost production.
I haven't said before, they had a budget of over $100,000.
Yeah, but if I have a budget of $100,000, why am I going to burn $100,000 right out the gate? Does that make any sense? If I go over budget on something and I turn a profit, why would I spend all the money instantly? What about unforeseen consequences? You know, like, I still have to produce a season of content. If I'm producing a season of content, we're saying, like, what, 10 episodes for a season? Sure, 10 episodes a season. So I need to pay the staff that are there. I need to pay for their food. All right, all that stuff is expensive. What happens if, like, the set sets on fire and stuff burns down and we need to replace equipment? What if we need to get insurance involved because somebody got injured? Like, yeah, like, the cost of the show is less. Yeah, to be clear, they had $100,000. Their budget was $20K for season 1. and they ended up with 4K left over. Yeah, that's great. That's really good.
To work with. Mind you,
what is he like? I like that this guy's concept of like raising money is like, oh, if I raise money for a thing, I should blow all of that money instantly. It's like, no, maybe we should actually be litigious with our money and choose where it goes, because I don't know, maybe things can happen. It's like, yeah, when I started my shit, I of course raised a bunch of money. We didn't instantly spend all the money. What the fuck? When we applied for a business loan, we didn't instantly blow every single piece of the business loan on the business. You know, we saved that money. We put some of that money to like fucking payroll. We put some of that money to upkeep. You know, it didn't all go to the same place, and we saved some of it.
they had some fees that they had to pay from GoFundMe. That's totally fine. That is normal. They also set aside 25% of that earnings to taxes. That is also very smart. So they had around, I think, $72,000 to work with by the end of this. They talk about the atmosphere. This is the first thing that they show within their budget breakdown. They talk about the atmosphere, which was made by Dark Hour Still Beat Studios, and nothing against them. I watched the video of them talking to the one or the owner.
Yeah, completely ignoring all the things that are like really important for production, you know, like shit. And yes, that's very important. Some gaming tables are like $7,000 on their own.
Of the one who's going to be helping them make this set seems like a great guy and a lovely dude. And I want nothing but good to happen
This
to them.
guy, listen, man, if you're going to be a dick, just stand 10 toes down on it. Okay? Stop being like, oh, you're such a nice guy. Anyway, fuck this guy. Blah, 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 blah.
So this is not against them in any way, shape, or form. So first of all...
He's like still trying to leave the door open despite trying to slam it shut.
They talk about the set. They talk...
He's a YouTuber. He doesn't know money management, Diesel. You know what really makes you learn money management? Having to pay staff bi-weekly.
About this gaming table. They talk about this venue, and that cost them $7,144. When you first watch the first episode, if that is all we're going to see, if this right here is all we're seeing, why did they have to get a set and not just use backdrops?
Because backdrops look shit. Backdrops look shit, man. I'm sorry. They just do. All right? Because it looks flat, because it doesn't maintain a level of depth and immersion. All right? There's a lot of reasons you'd make a set versus using a backdrop. Okay? Because when you use a backdrop, it looks like a student theater production. When you have a set, it puts you inside the space. It lets it feel more real. There's like a ton of reasons you would use a fucking set. Oh, maybe we want to move things around. I'm like, yeah, I guess with the backdrop, sure, you could move things around more. But it's like, at that rate, you might as well just film it from your fucking home. You know? And that's not what they were trying to do. They were trying to have an in-person thing. All right? Things are different.
They will all still be able to see and use. You can get a very nice
I get it.
Backdrop.
Are you fucking kidding me? This guy is like, we could like really save some money if we just like cut corners here, here, and here. It's like, what are you? Unironically, this guy sounds like a fucking C-suite. Are you serious?
For like $100 each. Boom. That's $400 they could have used for that. Let me preface.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I get it would be cheaper, sure. But like what it looks like and the vibe it gives and the emotional connection that it changes everything completely, dude. Like you're saying this as if like the only value of a set is how much the set is being used. But for multicam productions like a Seinfeld or like a fucking Big Bang Theory, why don't they just do everything on a backdrop? It's all going to be the same. It's because it being a set puts you more into the space. It makes it feel more real.
These are my questions to them. These are questions that I would love to have answered. I would love to know their reasoning and rationale behind what
I would much rather pay a crew to put together a backdrop than like like pay some artist pennies to do like a printout backdrop, which by the way, I'd have to pay somebody to make a backdrop. I can't just go online and get a printout backdrop, okay? Like, this is another thing, okay? Print shops cost different. Like, the cost is different at every print shop, right? Like, I have a deal with my print shop. Like, we have a pre-existing relationship, so I get a good deal. But the cost of a printout changes depending on what the print is, depending on what the ink is being used, depending on how big it is. All of these things change, okay? We can't just go online and order a printout from Printful. I can't guarantee the quality. I don't know what I'm getting, let alone that the art needs to be a certain format and a certain size and a certain dimension, and it needs to fit all these things. Like, you're talking about it as if it's a bing, bang, boom, and you're done. That's literally not how that works.
I'm trying to say. Also, why get a crazy gaming table if you're not going to use it for minis and terrain? What was the point if you're using a VTT? I bring this up because in their video of the breakdown, they talk about this gaming table and how cool it is, and they can't wait to play on it. The tech guy running it posted a video about the behind the scenes stuff. They show the table.
Can you show any of it? Can you show these things? This evidence would help a lot.
It looks nothing important. And with the table.
Yeah, it looks like it's a table, brother.
In the table, there's a big hole cut out where all of like the lights and microphones are being held up in. So why did you go?
That's awesome. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Out of your way to make this grand table that's not even going to be like shown on.
This guy is like, why are you filming with an Ari Alexa that's $40,000 if we don't even see the Ari Alexa in the film? Look, man, it costs a lot of money to make a production. Just because it costs a lot of money to use a product or use a tool doesn't mean I need to show it on camera. All right? If the table helps them do their job better, you spend money on a fucking table. All right? If it helps my performers perform better, we get them a nice table.
Screen or really even used from what it looks like besides just the players. We're not going to see this table in action with any minis or terrain. It doesn't look like it because there's a big hole in the center of this, and that's where all the lights and microphones are coming from. Yeah. My next question is, why did they get a big open space venue where there's so much echo and not more enclosed space for better audio?
That is not really the reason there's like a big issue with an audio, in my opinion, but like, you're clearly not an audio tech, so you don't know what you're talking about.
It's a big issue, and I saw this in the comments everywhere.
Like you can get clean audio from like a wide space and venue if you like know how to set up your tech. Okay? So it really doesn't matter what the venue is. The way that I tackle setting up and miking up talent changes depending on the venue. Like if I am in a controlled environment where I know nothing's going to be changing, and you know, maybe my talent is like a documentary subject, it's like an 80-year-old man and he struggles with mobility, I'm not going to mic him up on a lav kit. I know that we can probably get away by setting up a boom mic on a C stand, and then, you know, hang it above the camera and then recording audio that way. And then if I need to record both him and like the director, then I can set up like a lav on the director on a separate channel. Okay. Or, you know, if my talent is doing a walk around of like a scene, then yeah, I'll be like, hey man, can I mic you up? I need you to just put this pack in your back pocket. I'm going to run this line down your shirt, blah, blah, blah. And then I'd set them up like that. If I'm setting someone up for a stage, that's a completely different story. You know, then we're going to have the mic pack that runs up your back. We're going to tape it down. We're going to tape that down all along the way so it's nice and out of the way. We wrap it around your ear and it goes right around towards your lip. Okay? And then that's how we get that there. Boom. All right? That's like 3 ways to mic somebody up depending on the scenario. You could definitely mic someone up for a set, any set. All right? So, like, the reason that their audio probably sounds doo-doo fard, which, like, it sounds fine. It's not, like, too bad. It's okay. I would be okay with it. All right. But it is very clear that like they were probably struggling for like a sound tech, or they did it themselves. I think one of them did it themselves. All right. I think if it's for somebody's first go around, absolutely. It was pretty good.
That some people were way too quiet and it was super hard to hear. So this pricing for what episode 1 gave us does not justify what supporters sent over.
I'm sorry. If we're producing shows that compete with Netflix for the cost of like 10 grand, any kind of success is a success. It just is.
To me, this does not justify anything.
Yeah, it's better than season 1 Critical Role audio.
Moving on, the art. In total, the art cost them $2,000. Character art cost about $1,200.
Sword Arts did the editing and said the sound was the hardest part to edit because it's one track. That must be a nightmare. That must be a nightmare. I do not envy him. That is a daunting task. I hope he can fix that in the future. For his sake. Because it'll torture him less, and I'm sure it takes a lot of time out of his day to do that.
$100. I'm not going to argue about that one. Character art is expensive. I've paid for custom character art. It can get pricey, so I'm going to give them this one. The logo design is outrageous. Once again, I worked at a graphic design company. I have made logos from people. I have made designs for other people. And not once, I don't know how much it's changed since I worked there to now, but not once did I ever get close to an $861 fee.
Did you even handle any of that? Would it have you been like a junior? That price should be handled by like your like higher up, right? Like you like work at a place for a salary, you know? Like why would you even know that? Like if you're like a line graphic designer, you know? Why would you even know that? Don't you get paid like a wage? God forbid a graphic designer needs to get paid to eat their food, dude.
Creating a logo. You want to know something even funnier? Is I went onto a website that I normally use to get certain assets from. I legitimately typed in...
Yeah, good graphic design costs that much because there's more than the logo. Yeah, there's fonts and color kits and design kits. Yeah, you're making like the marketing kit. You're like planning a brand identity. Like all of these things get put into the discussion. If you're paying a lot, those things should be a part of the discussion. Absolutely.
M sword into the search bar. This first graphic right next to me, that is their logo. That is the logo that they paid for.
It's pretty good.
The two to the side are pictures that I found immediately on FreePic. And if you look at both of them really closely, you could see...
Yes, they do share something in common, okay? Yeah. Are we really splitting hairs here? God forbid. Oh, they could have had a logo that would make them look like the fucking bad guys in a Call of Duty season.
See where the inspiration for the design came from. Now, what I'm trying to
You don't even know if the inspiration came from there. You don't know what discussions the designer had with MinMaxed.
Out on this, if I was making their logo and I typed in my stuff and these were the two things
I don't think this guy realizes that there's a reason most people in the TTRPG podcast all have some kind of background in entertainment. Yeah.
Saw and I based it off of. This logo is...
You know what, man? If you're so fucking discerning in this, where's your redesign of the logo? How about you remake the design of the logo? How about you put your money where your mouth is and show us what you got?
Not hard to make. What you do, either you take the assets given to you or you just remake them and then you put a little bevel on it and then you put...
This guy makes it sound like it's so simple and that it would come to you instantaneously, but I know that it wouldn't come to me instantaneously.
Some type of texture on it, and that's what you get. It could legitimately take you maybe max an hour. I do...
This guy was working at a graphic design house and he was farting out designs for clients in an hour. Wow. I hope nobody had him as the graphic designer. It's nice to know that he doesn't put any thought, effort, or care into his labor.
Not agree with that pricing with the logo design. I feel like they overpaid. I don't feel like they did their due diligence with finding someone who would do better with logo. I do not feel like that's a justified number. And this is coming from someone who worked in this space before. Moving on.
Yeah, well, I don't think you are fucking not good, apparently. Jesus.
The tech. Ooh, the tech. When I get to the tech portion, I have put on productions like this before.
You put on productions like this before. I'd love to hear your experience.
Put on productions where I've had to use multiple lighting. I've had to put productions on where I had to use multiple cameras.
Oh shit! Yeah, you've had to be on set with multiple lights. Fuck. Yeah, dude. Holy shit. What do you work in Hollywood? Wow. I'm sorry. The first type of lighting you learn in high school is 3-point lighting. Okay, like minimum is like 3 lights. High schoolers are working with 3 lights, all right?
Multiple mics, all of that stuff to be able to put something on like this. Now, before I go into this, I will say, as a creator, and if this is, an exciting project, sometimes you don't think things through. Sometimes there's not a rationale on thinking things through on how you should go about what kind of tech and stuff that you should get. This part mainly comes from an experience that I've done and the behind the scenes that the tech producer showed as well. I saw what kind of lightings they were using. I saw what kind of cameras they were using. And I have information here on how they could have done this better or, used money more wisely with the product that they gave. That is,
I'm like really passionate about cameras and stuff like that. So I'm like, actually, this is like the one that I'm like autistic about.
Another thing, what I'm trying to do, a lot of the stuff that I am justifying is based off of how they showed off their very first episode. Their first episode is a debut. You're supposed to show everything that people should really get to experience. If not everything, at least something. But what they delivered was so below average with the funds they got. So let me jump into that. For the camera and rec gear, I have written down here, they used a webcam for the DM. I didn't know which webcam they used. They used
they use a webcam for the DM. I mean, that's economical. If you're coming to a production and you have like a webcam at home, that's good enough. I guess you could use that, save some money, right? We want to cut costs. The thing is that production is not about shooting the most big ass fuck off, like blow money scenario possible, okay? Every single bit of indie production that you go through is you looking to save money. Oh, do we know a guy who can do this? Do we have a friend who could do this? Do we have a friend who can do crafties? Do we know somebody who could let us use a place like this? Do we know some way we could get this or that or the other thing? We're constantly looking to like save money or cut costs. So webcam for DM, fine.
3 Osmo Pocket 3 cams for the players. Now go back and look.
That's kind of crazy. When I heard that they were using DJI Osmo Pockets, I was like, what the fuck? So for those of you that don't know what an Osmo Pocket is, I'll pull this up so that way you guys can see what an Osmo Pocket is. Osmo Pocket. It is let's fix that. So an Osmo Pocket is a camera like this, right? So these things are kind of semi-action cams. You know why I think they got these? And I haven't seen their response. It's probably so that way they could use them for other things. Because you press a button on a DJI Osmo Pocket 3 and it switches to vertical instantly. So these make really high quality TikToks. So if you don't want to film TikToks with your phone, a DJI Osmo Pocket 3 is probably perfect because it has this way of filming really good, high quality vertical content in a really small form-fitting package. And the Osmo Pocket 3 is probably the peak of what you're going to get. You're really not going to get any better, right? These things are sick. I want one of these so bad because I make TikToks now. I understand the value of something like this. Shit like this is great, okay? That's probably why they got it. I think it's a little crazy to use that for a production like this, but like, yeah, is it abnormal? Is it wrong? Nah. There's 1,000 ways to skin a cat. Whatever films the footage is really like pretty fucking good. The sensor on this, what was the sensor? Hold on. Sorry guys, I'm walking into the back room right now. Okay, so here's the Osmo Pocket 3. Reject all cookies. So, okay. So it's a 1-inch CMOS sensor, right? So a 1-inch sensor is pretty fucking good. It's really fucking good. Like for the size, you're approaching the maximum for that, right? Like a full frame sensor is obviously going to be better, right? And it'll just give you more dynamic range, better low light performance, usually, generally speaking. There's a lot of software things that change that now, okay? But he's saying that they should use the Logitech C920s. Yeah, the Logitech Pro webcam, the Logitech C920 webcam. Hold on. It doesn't even tell me the sensor size. I don't want to accidentally, like, share where I live. Let's see. I'm on another website now. I'm trying to pull down the sensor size. As a motion sensor. This is the C920, okay? This is like bottom of the barrel webcam, by the way. These are like, yeah, cheapo webcams. If I'm being honest, like I would never, ever film anything with this. Okay, I use a Fujifilm XS10 with an 18 to 60 millimeter lens for my streams because it has a pretty good. I mean, I just like Fuji. Honestly, the colors are pretty fucking good. But it has a 3 megapixel sensor, which is. Look, I don't know what the sensor size is on this. Excuse me. I don't know what the fucking sensor size is. Okay. But I can tell you right now that the sensor size on a fucking C920 is fucking small. Okay. If I want to produce something and I want to have it be multi-use, I am definitely going to pick something else. Is the Osmo Pocket a weird choice? Yes. Is it the wrong choice? No. It is weird to do a C920. It is infinitely worse to choose a C920. It is objectively the wrong decision.
On how things look. If this was me running it, you could have bought 4 Logitech C.
Yeah, and it would have looked worse. It has low dynamic range, low color, okay? It's gonna look shit. It's gonna look like a webcam. At least with an Osmo, despite it having a like artificial look to it, it gives you more range to work with in editing software. The footage is going to be larger. You're going to have more dynamic range. Like, you can work with it more. I know that a Logitech C920 is not enough range, okay? At least with an Osmo Pocket, I can grow with it and develop it over time.
920s, which are webcams, and you would have saved $665. I'm not sure what they mean by rec gear. It could just be
rec gear. I mean, recording gear. I've never heard it called like that ever. When I'm on production, like fucking sticks can be mad expensive. Like all the grip gear is expensive.
I'm going to pee on you.
Okay, at least you warned me for a slug, you know. It's 1/2.9 inches on a C920. That's fucking very small.
The recording gear in general,
but like there's tons of things that raise the cost of production that you'd never see. A good film tripod is very expensive. Batteries are expensive. All this shit adds up.
I don't know.
Yeah. It would make sense for them to use the Osmo for filming both the table and their stunts. That is a very good point, Jules. That is a very good point. Yeah, it does make a lot of sense to use a to use an Osmo.
So if it's just recording gear, that is very much not justified. That is an outrageous.
That is actually still on the low end of things. Okay. If I let's say I rented my gear out, chat. Okay. Let's say I rented my gear out. Right? If I am renting my gear out, I am renting out a Fuji X-T4 with a 16 to 55 millimeter lens. Okay? If I'm doing that, that lens is $1,000. The camera is $1,400. I'll maybe pay a day rate on that, right? So you pay for the cost of my equipment. If you like, let's say you hired me as an op for a camera, right? I'd have like a day rate on my equipment, right? That's like, you know, fucking over $2,000 in just camera gear. And then my gimbal was about $800. All right. And that's not everything. My monitor, $300. All right. And I need a color accurate monitor. What's another thing? Audio equipment. I use the DJI mics, but my DJI mic was like $399. So it's like, yeah, it could be way more expensive. I'm certain they could have just rented the gear, but if they're going to be using it for the long haul, they might as well just buy it outright. And the Osmos are actually a more economical choice. Because think about the stuff that I'm buying to make my stupid videos in my room. Okay? I mean, obviously, I take it out on sets, right? So it's like a different thing. But, like, Jesus Christ.
This number for the type of quality that people got with what they bought. Player tablets. Oh, this is a fun one.
I would argue that they are, like, directly, like, that quality for what they bought is exactly what they expected.
Not necessary.
It is really dumb that he keeps harping on both the quality and the budget while picking clearly inferior products for the production. Yes, absolutely, 100%.
They spent over $1,000 on player tablets because in this video of the breakdown, they said they were going to be able to look at the tab, like us as viewers, we were going to be able to see the tablets in real time. We were going to be able to see the players work with these tablets in real time. You didn't see any of that.
I mean, it was one episode. You know, start minimally, and then we could add on to the production as we get our production legs, you know. I hope they're able to deliver on that. That seems nice, but, like, it's a pilot.
The scenes didn't show or even mention that that was ever going to be a thing. That $1,000, incredibly unjust.
Also, $1,000 for, like, 4 tablets is actually really fucking good. Have you guys seen the cost of an iPad? Granted, you can get iPads for really cheap on the secondhand market. Actually, like a game-changing, like life-changing thing is to get a secondhand iPad. No cap.
Baba Booey. Me set up Insta360 Link 2x3 for webcams, normal cam, extra Muse/Osmo 3, iPhone 16-17 Pro Max.
Oh my
Shure
God.
SM58, Scarlett Solo, Holly Landlark mic, Anker M640 mic, multiple friction arms, tripods, stabilizer.
How do you feel about the Scarlett Solo? I've heard people poo-pooing on it, but I don't really think it's like an issue if you're like doing streams and stuff. Seems fine to me. That is a really good setup though. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the Insta360 line. I just don't like the color science, personally. I don't like how it renders colors. Oh, it's got a Thunderbolt 3 cable. Ooh. Slug has more than one mic.
The mic and sound. This was a big one. This was the big issue that happened with this video. And that was the audio was not the greatest. A lot of the times people were leaning way too back and it would sound like they were far away.
Also, again, this is all being edited by Sellsword Arts. I imagine this footage exists, but ended up on a cutting room floor due to crowding or editing issues. Yeah, absolutely.
Or some people were a little too loud and when they would laugh, it'd kind of blow your ears out a little bit. They used lapel mics.
Which is pretty good. Yeah, you could use a lapel mic for a setup like that.
Obviously, I don't feel like that is the correct choice.
No, that's a completely fine choice, actually.
Because if you're facing these issues, and if you're with a group that is also very like active and moving around and athletic, they should have invested in 7 pod mics.
What the fuck? Are you fucking stupid? You fucking idiot. Oh, if they're really active, you should have gotten podcast mics? No, they should be laved up then. You fucking buffoon. Why would I get a Shure SM7B? Okay. Why the fuck would I get a Shure SM7B? Why? Why? Because the second they move away from the fucking microphone, you're not going to be able to hear them, you stupid fuck. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. You're just saying words. You're actually just saying words. That's astoundingly stupid. Holy shit. No, that's exactly what he's thinking of, is the Shure SM7B, 110%. There's no reason. Yeah, if anything, yeah, they should be mic'd up as if it was for theater, okay?
Which cost around $80, $90 each. You get 7 XLR cables and a decent 8-channel audio interface, all bought on Amazon.
Slug, I'm sorry, I don't do fucking call-ins. I had to say this like last stream because a bunch of people ought to call in.
It would have delivered better audio quality and would have cost them $500 less than what they have now. They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300 on lighting. I saw the lighting, and some of the lights I use in my own studio. Some of the lights that I used at live shows. And guess what? They could have used 4 LED aperture lights, and if they would have just lit them in a correct way, and maybe got 2 C-stands if they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, you can never go wrong with a C-stand, and aperture lights are pretty fucking gangbusters for the price.
It would have cost them $1,000.
The Amaran line is plastic, but it's still just as good.
They ended up going a different route and spending
I'm
an
not
extra.
adding you to call in. I'm adding you to show the setup.
$376. I have made decisions like this. I have bought things being like, I think I need this, blah, blah, blah. I end up buying it, realizing that I never really needed it in the first place. And the difference between why I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is because majority of the time, all of that fund came out of my own pocket. I paid for them. They used not their own money. They used fan support for all of this. And again, that is why I'm upset, is they are mishandling these donators' funds. The total cost, holy crap. Okay, the total cost for season 1 was $24,840. Now, some things that I didn't cover was them being able.
I didn't pay attention for a second. I didn't go back and listen to them. Yeah, you could use 4 LED aperture lights. Can you even define what types of aperture lights they should use? Okay, no. Lantern softboxes? Why would you use lanterns? What? Why? Why the fuck would you use a lantern softbox? I want to be able to direct the light, okay? If I like one, okay. First of all, there's this rule. It's called the 180-degree rule. I have all my equipment and I'm filming from one direction. All the lights I'm going to put on that side of the set, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a parabolic softbox, okay? Not a lantern, because a lantern is going to cause a lot of light spill in every direction. And I want to have controlled lighting because I want to make sure that my talent looks fucking flattering, okay? So I'm going to use a parabolic softbox. Maybe I'll use a cookie sheet, okay? Maybe I'll gear up some C47s, all right? And I'll put some diff on it, okay? Maybe I'll do those things. I bet you don't know anything that I just said, actually. That's the best part. I bet you don't even... Tell me what a C47 is. Tell me what a C47 is. Are you gonna... Are we running this on mains or batteries? Should I be flying in stingers for this? What's the production looking like? This is an insane setup with your microphone. What is holding that together? What is holding that together? This is sick though. That's a little jank, but like that's also sick. I like that. You should also dust. You should also dust. It's okay. I haven't dusted either. I'm a Paco and Kettle Black. Is that green stuff holding up his mic? It looks like duct tape. This is astounding. I don't even know how this works. This is really insane.
All of this. And again, that is why I'm upset, is they are mishandling these donators' funds. The total cost Holy crap. Okay, the total cost for season 1 was $24,840. Now, some things that I didn't cover was them being able to fly creators down, housing them, make sure everyone was good, yada, yada, yada. You know what? I'm giving that one to them because if I supported them and I knew my favorite creators were taken care of, great. I want to make sure they're sleeping comfortably. I want to make sure that they're...
Have a job that has a steady income. Look at that. What the fuck is that? Why is that? That's like a weird other... off-brand. I like that keyboard though. I like that keyboard. I wish I had a smaller keyboard.
Or being fed. I've been to events where I've had those things. It's super freaking nice as the creator, and it makes you feel more ready to put on a performance. I've been in places where they didn't provide anything, and it sucks, and it's draining on you sometimes. I'm glad they took care of the creators. What I'm not happy about is they put down the remaining budget for future seasons is 47.
It's the way DJI gets around its tariff. Extra equals DJI. Oh, okay, that's sick. What the fuck?
$321 people donated to this series.
Can you refresh me on who he's
make season 1
Min-Maxed, which is a D&D podcast.
The big one. That's what people donated to. And if it did well, they were going to make other seasons. That's what I got out of those videos. That's what I understood. But instead, they spent 1/3 of their budget for season 1, the one thing that everyone wanted to see, and they're holding the rest as a just in case. I have some pinpoints here. They had a Q&A in their pinned comment for their first video. One of the Q&As was, how many episodes will there be? They said around 12 to 14 episodes. They didn't even know how many episodes there's going to be. Around 12 to 14 episodes airing every other week for about 6 months. Do you guys not know how YouTube works? There is
oh god, this guy. Guys, he knows everything. Okay, he's a big YouTuber.
So much that I can say just from that one video that is crazy that this is the planned schedule for this. The people putting this on are constantly putting out content. They are like putting it out like it's gumballs at a freaking gumball machine that's broken. You just keep turning the knob and gumballs keep flying out. That's pretty much how they go about doing their content.
Yeah,
but for these long videos, for something that's super hyped and people are excited for, they're doing it every other week? Like, no.
Well, they need to produce content on like the shorts feed and be like a present entity in people's lives, but I'm sure they're aware of that.
People are hyped for this, man. You want to get those videos out.
Yeah, guys, why are you crunching on this production? Why aren't you crunching on this production? Shouldn't you like all be busting your ass to like delay the show as much as possible and then crunch so that way you're all tortured by it and it's like a really miserable experience?
You're going to lose so much traction by doing this.
You know this thing you're doing as a passion project? What if it was like awful and like you had to do it like nonstop?
Again, what happens if there isn't enough support at the end of their 12 to 14 episodes? We just saw their first episode go live. You want to know what happens with every D&D stream that has their episode 1? Their views fall by like half or even 3/4. And it just keeps going down after that. The longer
this guy is like talking about his trauma of becoming irrelevant.
You go, it keeps going down. How do you guys know that you will have enough support by the end of this to use that $47,000? What are you going to do with almost $50,000 of fan support? And moving on to other things.
I don't know, buy drugs or something.
As well, in Texas, about the end of January, there was a big storm that happened. It was an ice storm, and you know what? We had ice and snow everywhere for about a week, and then it was gone. I point that out for a reason, because what they say here is mind-boggling to me. In their other Q&A, they say, will there be any live action scenes? Yes, but not for season 1. Not for the season that people donated for.
Okay. Okay.
We only had 3 days to film, and the Texas ice storm meant we couldn't shoot outside for live action bits. In future sessions, we will have some live action highlights of cool moments, and we may revisit some in the best moments for season 1. They may! They're not even promising you that you're getting...
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah. You know, you don't build Rome overnight, man. It takes a while.
What you donated for season 1. No! You freaking do that because that's what you guys promised what we were going to experience.
I don't understand. It's like a minimum viable product, and then you can add to it over time. We don't need to like spread our cheeks and give them a goatsy right out of the gate. Maybe some Like, you know, start off with something smaller and work your way up. Why? Why you think fucking Markiplier like came out of the gate just being like, yeah, man, I'm doing Iron Lung. Like he did space with Markiplier and he like honed his craft for years before that. You know, it doesn't happen overnight, man.
Also say, we also know that the audio was quiet at times. Were some recording issues, but we are working to make the best of what we have. Season 1 had to be planned, filmed, and edited very quickly. Because of that, we didn't have much time to test and troubleshoot our tech. We are already hard at work on planning and logistics.
Yeah, I'm sure the logistics for season 2 will be better. You know, here's the thing with running a business, right? Like, and it applies a lot to film production, right? When you get onto a set or when you start a new business, you don't have all the answers to the problems you could face. The reality is that you're going to get ready, you're going to go and you're going to run your business, and you're not going to even think of the problems that'll come up. And then you need to address those problems timely and promptly, and then develop systems so that way it doesn't happen again, right? So for example, there was something that somebody purchased, right? And they purchased it as like an order, right? They came in a store and they purchased an order, and you can do that, right? And we have a system for it. Now, we didn't have a system at first, we just did it. But that didn't work because I did that and then we couldn't get the item. And then as a result, the guy waited for like a few months. And so we had to like, you know, he was really nice about it. But then we developed a system so that way it doesn't happen again.
List. Also, the keyboard is the Keychron K3 low-profile mechanical brown switches. Got it for $40 at a thrift.
Damn, dude. That is a really good find at a thrift. That's crazy. Dude, this guy's got a fucking Elgato prompter. That's crazy. I want to get one of those.
For season 2. Why? Why did you guys have to plan, film, and edit
Thank you for the money, Slug. I appreciate it.
this so quickly? Why? Give us a reason why that had to be done as fast as possible. From my point of view, there's no excuse. You guys just wanted to get the series out because there was hype around it, and you guys wanted to get those views and that ad revenue.
Yeah, well, what are you fucking stupid? If they wanted to get ad revenue, why are they uploading so early in the year? Why didn't they wait till July, dude? You know that ad rev fluctuates based on the seasons, and we're not in our peak until we're into June, July, August, and then the second peak comes around November. So, like, what are you even talking about? He retucked his ears.
Instead of taking your time to put effort into this series that people donated to, but instead you went, nah, we're gonna chase the views.
That is not. You are like you are literally imagining a person, dude. You're imagining a person.
Please explain that to me. Also, why build a set if you were going to film live action outside? Because outside wasn't an option.
It's also probably safer.
Scrapped the entire thing that would make this series unique and so cool. I pray and hope we see something like that in the future episodes. Because if not, oh my gosh, what is wrong with you? Why did
I don't like you again, like these logistic things are things that you'll never know the answer to until you put yourself in that situation. And obviously being a professional can like stymie those things. But if you're independent, you kind of got to fly by the seat of your pants and figure it out as you go. Like this is the first book I've worked on. It's also the first campaign module and D&D module I've worked on. Yeah, there's tons of shit I didn't know when I started. And you know what I did? I found out, and then I developed answers. Okay? I figured things out as time went on.
Season 1 have to be planned and filmed, edited so quickly. I understand, from a creator standpoint, that scheduling between...
From a creator standpoint, you're a fucking hack fraud. You fucking hack. You don't know anything.
Creators
stupid
is
idiot.
very difficult. But they got 7 creators to figure out a time and scheduled to play D&D in around a month. If you see when they posted, hey, we got the funding, to when they posted we're being 100% transparent about the funds. It took them a little over a month to get that all figured out. They really should have taken the time to do more troubleshooting, which it says everywhere.
I'm sorry, who the fuck is doing a dry run? The only time I've ever done dry runs of productions is when I was in school, or when I'm teaching a class. But like, do you think I knew anything when I showed up on set the first time? No. I didn't know anything. Most people show up to set not knowing anything. You figure it out, and then you develop a set of skills over time. They're doing nothing wrong by doing what they're doing. It's the same thing like running a business. If you spend all your time preparing to run the business and then never do it, you're never going to fucking run the business because you're going to be running game theory in your head all day.
That they ran into a lot of issues and figure out the problems to deliver.
Yeah, man. Productions have problems. They figure them out and then they put the show out.
Better quality experience and uphold your promises. Let's talk about the announcement video because I feel like that is very important because that is why people donate. There was a lot of promises not delivered. First of all, they say they want to build a set. You know what? That's fine. You can build a set, you can have fun, you can experience that. But guess what? It feels like the set is more important than the actual piece of content. Let's go back, shall we? You know,
this guy's sitting here making a video on Google Slides, being like, these guys have bad production. Meanwhile, he's cutting off his arm on his green screen. Do you see how easy it is to nitpick?
Remember these creators, the creators that you guys wanted to see? Here they are. Here's all the dead space. There's more background and set design than you do see.
Dude, when this guy becomes a right-wing grifter, his career is going to skyrocket. He should do videos about how D&D has gone woke.
Creators. They said they wanted a cool video setup with 2 video angles. This setup is something you see everywhere on Twitch. They did not deliver. They felt like they insinuated that we would see the creators do some of their martial fighting, weapons, moves in these videos, and nothing. If they spent more time troubleshooting and planning, this all could have happened, but they rushed it on a $100,000
Yes, I teach video editing now.
budget that was funded by fans. Now, where did all of the support money go?
For how
the total number that they spent
about this, you'd think he gave money to the project or something, but he's just pocket watching and telling you how he do it better while being bad at math.
That's so fucking true. That's so fucking true. Oh my shit.
For season 1 was 24,840. 10,690.
I'm sorry, Mr. Graphic Design is my passion over here. With the red text and white text on a red background, dude.
$8 was for self-service and bad financial decisions.
Why this guy should get like sued. What the fuck?
The set, the gaming table, the venue, the logo, the tablets, the camera recorders, the mics, the sounds, the lighting, $10,000, almost $11,000 of people's donated money served nothing for them. To make this happen,
it's not like it's self-service to be like camera equipment, mic and sound and lighting is not self-service. That's the cost of production. I like what?
Of what I figured out,
most of this is like production costs. What are you even talking about? It's not like they're taking this money and then buying drugs with it.
Would have cost around $15,000 to $16,000 for them to make this happen, based off of what we saw in the first episode. 15% of the donated money was used to create a product that anyone can do on a live streaming service with zero fan support.
Dude, this guy is so mad. This guy is hopping mad, dude. His goatee is like pressing out of his chin right now, dude. He's like a fucking Play-Doh Mr. Potato Head.
Port. Do you not understand that? 47 has a potential to never be used if season 2 doesn't happen.
Dude, holy shit. Dude, 47%. He's talking about the percents.
Please take a good look at this number because this is crazy. I feel like this is very important to the people who did donate to this. This is what I want.
What? This is the most insane pocket watching I've ever seen, dude.
My understanding between me and you to be. If this is what you expected from them, great. I'm glad you're happy, and I hope you enjoy their season 1 of this production. I hope you have a great time. From what I could tell in the comments, people love this dynamic. People are laughing and having a good time, and people are saying this is one of the best things that have come out in recent time. Great. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm so happy to hear that you're having such a great time with it. If you donated to just get these people together to play D&D or just to support your favorite creators, Great! I hope you enjoy watching this talented group of creators play together in the same room with all the points that I made with the last one. Now, outside of getting the creators together and being taken care of, if you donated to help with costs for
I
this,
feel like fans, these are fans, dude. These guys raised 100K off of fan support. I'm sure they're happy to have what they have. All right. And I'm sure they'll be excited to see it grow. All right. As they put in all this work. All right. Like, this is weird.
Small blurb: at least 2/3 of Sellsword Arts live in single warehouse-style apartments. 100K could have changed their living situation. They chose not to.
Yeah. They could have taken the money and cut and run, man. I know we're setting the bar real low here, but these guys went through and like produced something that is like really difficult. You know, I don't care if like a Twitch streamer has like a setup like that. A lot of those guys have some serious generational wealth to make something like that happen. But to go from absolutely nothing to produce anything and get it out the door like that is already like commendable. So I don't know why he's molding that it isn't up to the standards of like fucking Giga Glup Shitto makes 6 figures on Twitch a month guy.
production and to help them accomplish the promises they made with videos that are still up, you call them out and you let them know they have massively misused your donations to deliver a below average production for season 1 and are holding almost $50,000 of your donations for a just in case season 2 rather than using it all to make
already confirmed
the best freaking productions with a talented group of individuals for season 1, which was the whole reason for their GoFundMe. I'm done being the nice guy. And
I'm done being no more Mr. Nice Guy. No more Mr. One Shot. No more Mr. Nice One Shot Questers.
Tired of seeing this stuff. I am tired
of it. Tired of it, guys.
Seeing people take advantage of this group and look at the.
Listen, man. Chat, you understand how this works. Daddy occasionally comes back with the milk. All right. And you'll respect him for returning. All right. That's the relationship here.
This group like, oh, they're just willing to throw money at everything. We're also.
I gotta ask, does this guy want them to save the money or blow their whole budget? I'm so confused at this point. He wants both and neither at the same time.
We're just gonna get into this so we can get a nice paycheck and you know what, deliver something that they're just used to at this point. I'm so tired of it, guys. I love you guys so much. I love this community, and I'm making this video because you guys asked me to create stuff.
D&D so much. I want to point out, he says other productions and live plays. He never actually mentions who's doing better. So we can actually compare and have something to analyze. It's just vague. Yeah, I assume he's talking about really well-off Twitch streamers or somebody like a Slimesicle or any of those those guys that have like very clearly have an audience and make hella bread.
That I'm passionate about. And again, I'm passionate about you guys. I love you guys dearly. And this stuff is pissing me off, man. This is not fair to you. It really is.
He's actually crying.
And I'm not afraid to make these videos.
He looks like he smells like mildew.
He definitely has gamer smell. He's gamer smell guy for sure. For sure.
Anymore. I'm not afraid of the backlash that'll give me. I'm not afraid of the connections that this might hurt for me. I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of being hurt. I'm tired of being frustrated.
Okay. Oh my God. This guy is he should totally become a right-wing grifter. This is like the kind of crash out bridge burning you do before you decide to be like, D&D's gone woke, guys. We need to talk about the woke mind virus destroying D&D.
I'm tired of seeing you guys get hurt.
Tired of being scared. Dude, Sellsword Arts was going to stab him with a 16th century longsword. You got to understand.
This is pathetic, man.
Yeah, you are.
I hope MinMax does better. I really do. I want their future.
You are so cringe.
Episodes to do well. But what they delivered is pathetic. I'm sorry.
It's not like they, again, you know, like it's another story if the guys take off with the money and run. Or like that AI RPG I covered on Mana Potion Tabletop. You should make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and watch that review because it's literally an FPS Diesel video. But like, yeah, there are much worse people in this hobby, dude.
I want this to be better.
Can we look at? Of course, I think he turned off the comments. No. Dude turned the comments on the new video. Anyone else here to read the comments after the new vid? Yeah, everybody's roasting him. I only learned from this video is that I'll never watch a video. You went full Shadiversity here. Never go full Shadiversity. That's brutal. I'll read it in a second.
And I'm gonna start creating these videos.
What are you gonna start creating these videos? Yeah, man. Go bar for bar. I'm sorry, but Crispy's lightweight, brother. Crispy's lightweight.
Admatius
You don't know,
Tuish
man.
became
You
a
don't
member.
know how bad it
Admatius
could be.
Tuish celebrates 11 months of membership. He needs to be put into a locker by Sellsword Arts.
There's Shadiversities everywhere for those with eyes to see him, okay? What are the odds that Shadiversity is up? Please, 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 please. I'm so here for it.
Man, I got the dirt.
You got the dirt? This guy is like, there's no way this guy's doing a Lilu Dallas multipass. He's doing a Lilu Dallas multipass.
He couldn't even go band for band with me.
That's crazy.
Sad.
That's crazy. That's Chad behavior, honestly.
Of you out there, you know who you are. If you try to pull some of that stuff again, you better be ready because I'm
all right, man. Yeah, man.
calling your ass out.
Man. Come on, let's go bar for bar. Let's go bar for bar. That's funny. That's funny, dude. That's funny. Holy shit.
I'm sorry, guys. So that's gonna be it.
You're such a clown. You're such a clown. Who's got their hand up your ass, you fucking dummy? Holy shit.
He's Shad if Shad couldn't even afford swords.
That's crazy. You know what's funny? I was thinking about Shadiversity and the castle he wanted to build because he's crazy. God. What an insane pocket watch. Oh my god. You're hitting me with some good ones, man. How to build a social media channel? I guess I didn't take his advice.
He looks like a race-swapped blackface character.
That's crazy. He is definitely the whitest guy I've seen. I don't know.
Joe Weaver of OceanT.com and Rebecca Blake of the Graphic Artists Guild.
We are forever grateful for the sponsors of our podcast, and we are.
And kept the original one, but yeah, we'll get to that.
Why is this guy reaching out to like 400 subscriber Andes for interviews? Is it because he knows they're gonna say? Do you think he reached out to them? Do you think he reached out to them?
Second.
So for clarity for our audience that aren't on the weeds, all in the weeds of this, we do have a fair amount of business audience. D&D is Dungeons and Dragons. Wizards is Wizards of the Coast.
Boy. All right. Let me read the description. Let me zoom in. I'm blind. This part I am writing for fans of mine, SSA, and creators involved, and min-max. A clarification point made at the end of my video. When that email was sent to SSA, I had a talent manager running the email at the time. I was trying to produce a short form project, and they told me they would handle all the reach outs, communications, etc. Since I was busy on my end taking care of other projects and needing to watch my daughter more since my wife's hours for work were increased. I was not informed that SSA was reached out to, nor was written to you like it came from me. I'm sorry about the confusion with the communication. Earlier today, before the video was released, I sent you an email explaining additional context of why I felt and responded to the way I did. In that email, I also offered my services to you and MinMax in help creating this project. Comments on my video said to reach out and also wanted your thoughts on this as well, so I'm putting this here. If you would like to see what I'm offering to help produce MinMax, here's the linking of my Are you fucking serious? Did you put your CV in this? Did you put your fucking CV in this? You're a graphic designer, right? Holy shit. There's no way. There is no way. Let's watch the slideshow, guys. Dude, it's like he's really here. Duke's credibility into D&D content creation space for 6 years, literally nothing. I've been a player and DM for 8 years. Okay. Produce multiple videos, streams, and series based off of D&D live plays within those 6 years. I cannot believe this is the second resume I'm reading on stream from a creator who crashed out. I've read a lot of Google Docs, but the fact that I've read 2 resumes in 3 years of streaming is insane. Oh my god. Produce successful D&D live show at conventions, streams, and in-person shows. Shows include panels, live sketch comedy shows, and D&D Let's Plays. Brother has an empty resume, dude. Have over 10 years of producing shows, 10 years of directing, acting, and writing, 6 years of professional video shooting, editing, and production, 3 years of audio handling experience. Audio handling experience? Really? You don't even use the language that we use in the industry, dude. This is pathetic. Dare I say it, I think this might be worse than the previous guy's resume. And that's saying a lot. What Duke is offering to min-maxed? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Oh. What is Duke offering to min-max? Helping produce, direct, and run behind-the-scenes tech, all under the direction of Sellsword Arts and creators involved. Dude, why is it always Sellsword Arts? Why is it always him? There are other guys that are doing this, but Sellsword Arts always ends up being the one that people go to fight with. Is it because he's like a confident guy? And he's really handsome? And cool? And I wish I was as cool as him, but we're not talking about that today. Be in charge of tech setup, troubleshooting, and supervise overall production of min-maxed. Video and audio editing for both horizontal videos and short-form vertical videos. Access to use One-Shot Quester's tech equipment if needed, free of charge. One-Shot Quester's own personal studio built to resemble a tavern, free of charge. Wow. I could spend time in your house. Free? Free? Also, your equipment free of charge? I don't know, man. I don't think you know what you're buying. He's trying to muscle his way onto A-Team, yeah. Access to a digital touchscreen gaming table that players can interact with while also using tablets free of charge. Housing connected to studio that can house 2 creators if needed, free of charge. Your wife must work something fierce. Whoa. We know that this comedian guy failure husband and then the 6-figure earning doctor wife. Mix of Dimension 20 via a la Dirt League and players' own natural talent. 4 cameras, 1 DM, 2 on players, 1 top-down camera capturing the table. Sure, I'm sure that could work. Yeah, this is a really awful pitch deck too. Player setup. DM has his own space. 3 players on one side of the table, 3 players on the other side of the table. That way you feel you're actually together rather than feeling you're like in different rooms. Shots will provide full screen coverage on who's to focus, similar to how D20 films and edits theirs. More unique than the simple layout and better editing for entertainment and story purposes. We will also show coverage of touchscreen gaming tables that players and DMs... Okay, let me stop you right here. D&D live plays are semi-live filmed events. If I'm coming in to film a D&D live show, I am assuming that cameras are locked down, dude. Okay?
I wonder why his wife is working longer hours.
Yeah.
Thoughtful face emoji.
Makes you think, guys. Makes you think. Right? So, like, if I have the cameras set up, one on DM, two on players, one on top down, I can't move to get coverage. I gotta stay where I am. I gotta be able to cover it from those angles. Okay? There's no way that I'm gonna be able to get coverage of, like, the tablet specifically, or get interstitial shots. Okay? There's no way, because I'm doing a live show. Maybe I could set up like a rig or something, put it on rails, and then like have the camera move down a slider to get the fucking iPads that they're filming on. But now for the next 3 hours, the camera guy has to be on it 24/7. I mean, he always has to be on it, right? But like you can kind of turn your brain off if you're working a live show. I've also done a live show. I did like a concert once. That sucked. Cuz you kind of know when they're switching to you, but like you always need to make sure that you have the shot when they switch to you. Diesel, I don't even think he realizes rails are an option. At times, when the DM describes what the players and characters do in game, we have an imagination B-roll effect shot where we fade to see the players as their characters doing what's prescribed. No. That's not a B-roll shot. That's A-roll. Okay, man? If you're cutting to a new scene, that's not B-roll. All right? We have our characters, our performers, and we're cutting to a new scene where they're acting out the scene in real life. We're just getting A-roll, okay? It's not an effect shot either, by the way, but whatever. We'll use Rode pod mics or boom mics. Pod mics is insane, by the way, and Rode pod mics, are you fucking kidding me? But whatever. Boom mics next to players to ensure the best audio quality to avoid audio issues faced in Season 1. Also, re-record sections where players are described what they are doing for the B-roll shot, so it's more concise and clear if needed.
Longest stream in a while because you can now.
Yeah. It stayed pretty consistent tonight, which is good. So that I've already explained why that audio setup is stupid, by the way. Wait, that's extra costuming and shot rehearsals because these aren't actors. Yes. Set and location. The location would be my studio. The set would be this tavern-themed room in my house. This would be free of charge, which would save money on set design and space and give more in a budget to... Listen, man. The set isn't increasing in cost anymore. It's already built. Okay, it doesn't vanish now. It's built. It's done. Equipment bought by Sellsword Arts will be used as well as equipment owned by one-shot questers, which will be free of charge, giving more into the budget. I'm sorry, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and it's clear that you do not want a free lunch, okay? They don't want to play D&D with you. They do not want to. That is really the crux of this. Greg, you've nailed it right on the head. The producers are Sellsword Arts and One Shot Questers. One Shot Questers is the director, of course. Of course. Of course you're the director. I bet that would look really good on your resume. Talent, creators involved, excluding One Shot Questers. Tech hands, Sellsword Arts, One Shot Questers are both resources. Each recording session for a video will be 2 hours long. 2 options to go with. Bro, this is... You're looking to be a producer here. All right? There is no 2 options. This is the option you pick. Okay? This isn't fucking McDonald's. Don't give me a number 1 or a number 2. All right? This is crazy. This is crazy. What are you saying? This is such a stupid decision. Film D&D live play content and scripting out B-roll scenes for talent based on options right now. So day 1, film all D&D live play content in 1 day. 12 to 14 hours of D&D playtime for talent. That's insane. That's already over a union shoot day, dude. What are you fucking on about? That's an insane time. I'm sorry. You're telling them to be on set for like 24 hours. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. You film D&D live play content, right? For 12 hours. You need to be in outfit. You need to be costumed up. You need to be mic'd up. Let's save an hour for miking up. Okay, that's hour 1. Okay, after you're mic'd up and you're ready, hour 2, you sit down. And during that first hour, camera crew is getting set up at the same time. They all set up and they're all ready. Now you guys have to stand there for the next 6 hours before you break for lunch, which is mandated, by the way. He wants them to stay the night at his house and play D&D for a full week with these creators. Like scripting the B-roll. We can't even script the B-roll content until something happens in the game. Like, we can't script anything. Depending on the option chosen from day 1, either we finish recording or write. This is so confusing. This is so confusing. This guy is an idiot. What is he on about? Plan that I suggested that was received negatively, so took it down so it wouldn't get pushed out any further. Is that how you write? What? Also, the visual layout of this is insanely bad. So, did he leave this up and just take down? Did he learn this at the Jeff Dunham Academy? Stop post-production on season 1 and restart with the mistakes learned from the first time producing this. Post original season 1 as a free Patreon reward if fans want to see the original footage. Okay, that's the end of that. That was crazy. What? Wow. That was actually one of the most astoundingly stupid things that I had read. And there's been a lot. And there's more. I understand that this is not my channel. I understand this is not my project. I understand this is not my baby or my vision. And you all have the right to just tell me no or say any of my offers and I would understand. What I do want to say, though, is I was excited about this project. Dude, Slim, I wrote you, but you ain't calling. I know it could be so much greater. Dude, what the fuck? This is like actually Stan, dude. This is Stan. Stan is writing this. I've also reached out stating I would like to meet up and discuss things further about my video and Sellsword Art's response. The last thing I want to bring up is about my response video. I currently have comments blocked out of respect for this video, but the video is still up. There's still a couple of points I don't feel comfortable with even after the response, but I'll say this. If Sellsword Arts and I happen to meet up and conversations and understanding go well, I'll take the video down and provide an update if necessary. Are you kidding me? Oh. Oh my god. I give everyone here the right to be mad, frustrated, disappointed, upset, or downright disgusted with me. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not asking for support in this. I've said what I've said, and I'm taking responsibility and the repercussions. No one other than me was a part of this decision to make this video, so the only person to point at is me if you would like to do so. If you ever feel I have earned your trust back in the future, I'm happy to reunite. I'll provide any necessary updates in this description. The first I have heard from them is my reply to their reply on the response video. I have not heard anything about them opening to talk to emails I have sent over 6 hours ago now. Wow, he's a crazy guy, dude. He's a little bit of a special case, huh? Holy shit. You ready to see the response, guys?
Hey guys, it is the Sellsword crew who are kind of producers behind MinMaxed.
We were informed that there's been a video about MinMax that we feel like we need to talk about.
Yeah, it's a little bit harsh, it's got some criticisms, and we think that we should talk about it. We talked to the cast, we talked to the crew, and they all said that it's a good idea to address it, because if there are even a couple of fans out there who feel like they didn't get what they paid for, we want to talk to you. We want to make sure that you know why we made the decisions we did. So for that, we're gonna dive in.
To start, I think it's important to look at what we promised.
So let's look at this video.
Let's talk about the announcement video, because I feel like that is very important, because that is why
Oh,
people
brother.
donate.
But everybody lives in different time zones and has different schedules, and that's complicated.
So I invited everybody over to my house,
Studio. We think playing normal D&D would be boring, and we know you want to see us as D&D characters. So we're gonna play ourselves.
we want to do some really cool things like build a set and have a cool
They're so charitable to him. I also think the Insta video is a better follow-up after seeing his action plan.
Video setup with cool angles and stuff. Buy me a flight so I don't have to swim. Make cool character art of us and minis.
And if things go well, we'll even do a second campaign.
There's an Insta video? What's the Insta video? Additional... Is that the vertical video that's in here? What is this? Is it this? The one that you pinged me on?
So here's the things that we promised. To get our friends together, play a game of D&D, and share it with you.
And if things went well, we were going to do even more.
Those things included having a set, having character art, doing a camera setup where you can see all of us on screen, and also having multiple seasons, which is something that is in the works.
So now that we've talked about that,
Crispy is gonna show up later. He's a drama creator.
look at the criticisms of this video.
So this first slide is their layout. $100,000. These
Thank
creators, you know, the creators that people wanted to see
Okay,
play
okay,
together
okay.
are
I'll,
so little.
If we're understanding
show
correctly,
that.
it seems this creator thinks that our layout wasn't very good.
We had a 4-camera setup so we could catch everybody at the table and all the
There. Let me switch my window.
So lots of drama going on right now, and I'm not really a content creator anymore, so it's like my opinion is the least most important opinion when it comes to any of this stuff, but I really wanted to tell our experience about working with this one particular person involved in all this drama, okay? So for those who are unaware of the drama, there is this actual play show called Min-Max that just came out, and they brought together a bunch of like martial artists and swords people and people with whips and all kinds of action-y people to come together and play D&D, and they raised a bunch of money on GoFundMe, I'm pretty sure. They raised like $100,000, and then they put out their first episode, and it's fine. It looks like an actual play show. I'm not really here to talk about all that. It doesn't matter. I'm not an actual play consumer or producer, so that part doesn't matter. But I do want to talk about the response of a guy named Duke, aka One Shot Questers. He put out this
Oh my god, this guy is about to show some really fucking brutal stuff because he's just a regular guy, isn't he?
hit piece, which is weird because he only makes like stupid bard videos and like horny bard
That's crazy. That is actually so. See, this guy's actually, he gets it, dude.
videos and stuff like that. He put out a hit piece video calling them pathetic, saying that alleging that they misappropriated funds and all this other stuff, and he broke down how much all of this stuff costs, which is all wildly wrong, by the way. But there was one thing at the end of that video that made me make this video. I wasn't going to say anything because, again, I'm not a content creator anymore. It doesn't matter, but we have extensive experience working with this guy, Duke, from One Shot Questers, and I kind of wanted to give my...
This guy must be a production guy. That's exactly... This guy's a production guy, isn't he?
Just to add a little bit more context to the situation. So here's our experience with One Shot Questers. When we were just starting out, we had reached out to a bunch of different content creators for collaboration, hoping that we could network and piggyback on some of their viewership and everything. We had made a couple videos that had gone viral. We had about 2,000 or 3,000 followers at that point, and a few people responded, and they were amazing. And we had a lot of fun doing collaborations on a lot of our earlier stuff. Another one of those people that responded was Duke from One Shot Questers.
He asked for money, didn't he? He must have. He had to have.
And we were super excited because he had 1 million followers, and we were like, oh my God, this is going to be the opportunity of a lifetime. Like, so much.
Yeah, it doesn't really generate the kind of clout capital you would think. You're really not going to get a lot from collabing, I think, really.
Visibility and a chance to meet this guy and network. This is like literally an opportunity of a lifetime for some fledgling creators like we were. And not only that, but he lived 15 minutes away from us. I'm not going to dox him. I'm pretty sure he says where he lives, but I'm not going to say it. But we live 15 minutes away from each other. So we were like, oh, great, we can meet in person, whatever. This is going to be awesome. So we make plans for him to come over. He comes over, and instantly we could just tell that this guy is just not chill. By that, I mean, he always has to like needle you and neg you. Like, he would like look around your house and like look at our D&D studio and be like,
motherfuckers pocket watching you. Meanwhile, it's a wifey who's bringing in the bread. Interesting.
Like, whoa, this is kind of a tiny spot for a D&D studio. And he's like, oh, this is your equipment? And he's like, what?
Dude, I've ran into a guy like that who's like a production guy. I won't say who, but that's happened. And they keep trying to co-opt me to like run a D&D show for them, and I keep trying to politely tell them no, but if it comes in again, I'm gonna be like, I'm not fucking interested. You use AI. Bye-bye.
Like, is this, just like little needling and negging things, like all
because like otherwise those people don't ever take a fucking hint.
The time, which we'll come back to later because there's a hilarious one at the end of this one. But we kind of just brushed past that because this was an opportunity again. And anyway, he asked who else we're collaborating with. So we tell him, oh, we're collaborating with this, this, and this. And as we're telling him, he pulls out his phone and is looking and commenting on how many followers these people have.
Oh my God. You know who he reminds me of? Def Noodles.
Who
also is now a right-wing grifter, just to be aware.
Followers. Okay. Just stupid little influencer-y things like that. Just like a very not chill thing to do. But
dude, no, you know what it is, Skelly? Younger guys, you remember who else did this? Lilu Dallas Multipass. Guys. Dude, new creators always do this. This is like I am an unlearned creator who has not gotten smacked by drama, fucking clout watching other people because I'm big man, right? You notice how I don't like treat creators who are smaller than me like lesser than me? You notice how I do that? Yeah, that's because that's fucking the normal thing to do, right? But if you're clouded and you think you're special, because that's what happens when you're new and you get clouded, you think you're untouchable, okay? And you start little broing people. Yeah, you start little broing people. And that shit is ridiculous, okay? Because the second you're an adult and somebody's doing that, you're just like, are you 12?
Biggest bomb drop that came from this hanging out with this guy during this time was we were trying to make small talk and we were trying to like get to know him and stuff like that. So we asked him, we were like, oh, do you have any home games? We were looking to build our local community and everything like that. Do you have any like D&D home games and stuff like that you play? He looks at us dead in the face and goes, I don't play D&D.
You don't play D&D? You run a D&D YouTube channel.
Like, excuse us for thinking that a D&D content creator would play D&D. Like,
yeah, you have to.
and we were the stupid ones for asking him
That's
if he like
crazy.
played D&D.
What
And
the
then he
fuck?
followed it up with like, but if I did play D&D, I would play DC 20 system instead. It was this like Pathfinder
Oh my god.
system that we'll come back to later. I promise. This is actually an important part of this story, right? So after this all comes together, he invites us over to his house, and it's not to stream or anything like that. He said, I just want you guys to come over to play some DC 20 with me and a friend. And I'm like, and so me and Lucy are sitting there. We're like, okay.
And then he was like, "We're filming a thing today." I was like, "Oh, I thought we were just playing."
What does that mean? Like, is it just like hanging out and shooting
No,
shit? You know?
no, you're gonna go there, and he's gonna be like, "It's production time, baby."
Like just having fun, or is this business related? Like we weren't 100% sure, and he was very not forthcoming with this.
Of course he was, because he was gonna sideline you and then guilt you to get on camera.
End up going over there, which, by the way, we aren't allowed to cuss over there. We aren't allowed to drink.
Oh my god, guys, he is so gonna
Diesel
become a
in my
right-wing
D&D
grifter.
campaign, I'm a release Urafuda.
You know what? That's okay.
Drink over there, which is fine.
Dude, holy shit. What if he's a Mormon? Is he a Mormon? Can he be a Mormon? Do they play D&D in Mormon land? He's probably going to be a right-wing grifter. No swearing, no drinking. Dude.
You know, I understand that people have a history with alcohol, and but telling grown adults that you can't cuss at a house, he didn't have a kid at the house at the time. It was just adults hanging out, and then saying I'm not allowed to cuss. It was just weird. But anyway.
Oh my god.
So we get over and we play a game of DC 20.
Him and Shadiversity are gonna... Dude, I'm telling you, oh my god, it's gonna happen. Shadiversity is typing his message right now. Dude, it's gonna fucking happen. It's gonna fucking happen. Please let it happen. Please.
So it's like, oh, so what do you think whenever we're done with it? And we're like, it's fine. The system itself was okay. It's whatever. He's like, but what did you think about it? And I was like, yeah, it was fine, I guess. Like, thanks. And he's like, okay, great. And it was just, the vibes were just weird. Like, we just couldn't figure out like what was going on. And he texts us later after we leave, and he's like, surprise, that was actually an audition. And we want
oh my god,
you to come on stream with us at One Shot Questers. What do you say? And I was like,
oh my god. Oh my god, this guy is milkable, guys. We can milk this guy.
okay, first of all, that's just not a way to go about it, as like a surprise like audition that we didn't even agree to or like want to be a part of. But we ultimately decided that it was going to be an opportunity that we couldn't turn down, and we'd get
One Shot Versity. Stop it. Don't give them ideas. One Shot Questers is pedantic enough to watch this stream, okay?
a lot of visibility still, and we could look past everything else and it would be fine. We ended up actually appearing on his stream, which he of course deleted that video, for like a Christmas special. This was like 2 years ago or something like that. And it was fine. I mean, we didn't like the way that he treated one of his employees, but we don't need to like go into that. It was mostly fun, but like the negging stuff all the time. We walked into his house and he showed us the D&D studio, and the first thing he says to me is like, a lot bigger than yours, isn't it? You know, and
what a fucking dweeb. What a fucking dweeb.
You're just like, okay, man, like it just comes off as like wildly insecure and jealous, and like he needs to bring you down, you know, in order to like feel taller than you type thing. And I've dealt with people like him like my entire life, so I could just like pick it out, you know, and it's just like, you know, what are you talking about? So anyway, it's just a bunch of this kind of stuff, and he like really was pushing DC 20. And then after the one stream, he hit us up again, and he was like, hey, you did great on that stream. Do you want to be a part of something like this long term? Like, do you want to do like a DC 20 actual play show? It's going to be about 12 episodes.
Hey, do you guys want to do a different system that's not D&D, and we do it for 12 episodes and nobody will watch it? Do you want to do that? Do you want to do a thing nobody watches?
Or whatever, and we were going back and forth on it, and at this point we had like multiple viral videos. We went from like 2,000 or 3,000 to like 25,000 followers. We were like, god, do we even really like need this right now? It'll take a lot of time. But anyway, we go back and forth with them, and eventually we settle on like we can do a bi-weekly actual play, as long as it doesn't detract from what we have going on. Oh, and I forgot to mention, in that stream that we had done with him, he didn't credit us. Like, he did not tag us in any kind
fucking way.
of promotional anything. The only mention of us was at the very bottom of like a 1,000-page bio of the stream, and it didn't link to anything. All it said was tabletop for 2. That's it. And which, whatever, you know, I think he did the bare minimum so that he could say that, you know, well, I did credit them, even though you didn't really make any effort to credit us, but whatever. Anyway, so we go back and forth, and we agreed to like this bi-weekly actual play thing that was going to start like 2 months from when it actually was at that time. And so 2 months go by, we hear nothing from him, completely ghosts us. 2 months after that, still nothing. So I reach out to him, and I'm like, hey, what happened to this actual play series that you had in mind? Whatever. I don't hear back from him for like a week or 2. I text him this. I don't hear back from him from like a week or 2. And he's like, oh, yeah, that. Look, I want someone who's dedicated to what we actually have going on. Basically, he was mad that we wouldn't drop everything that we were doing with Tabletop.
Dude, he wanted to like make... This guy's building an empire, you gotta understand. He's the Mr. Beast of tabletop.
And like uncredited his table. Like, he wanted us to work exclusively for him to promote DC20. Like, he wanted to use our, you know, I don't wanna say creativity, like talent or whatever.
Why are we gonna use a new system? Like why are we gonna do that?
Us to promote DC20, but not as Tabletop for 2, as one-shot questers. And he was mad that we wouldn't drop everything that we had going on with Tabletop for 20 to Tabletop for 2, to immediately just jump into what he was doing. So that was the last correspondence I had with him, was him being like, yeah, sorry, we just didn't like your commitment level, and we want to go with someone who can actively commit to like whatever. And it's just like, okay, whatever. So we don't talk to him anymore. That's fine. Well, a year goes by. This is just a funny little extra thing.
Yeah, I've heard decent things about DC20. I would not be surprised if they're like, I have no relation to this guy.
A year goes by. We see him at the Philadelphia airport, arriving to Philadelphia for PAX Unplugged, which is a table.
Dude, I would love to. Dude, oh my god, I want to fucking clown on this guy. So bad.
Top convention that we got invited to. He got invited to. We see him at the airport arriving because we live in the same city. We were on the same flight. He sees us. He comes over and he's like, "Oh, hey, what's going on? What are you guys doing here?" And we're like,
"What do you mean? What are you doing here?
What are we
What do you
tabletop
think?
creators doing in Philadelphia during a tabletop convention?" I don't know, man. What do you think? You know, it's like that was just the perfect end cap to everything that like he is. And I'm sorry if you watched this and you were expecting some big bomb drop of like, oh shit, he did this, and oh god.
No. This all reaffirms what everybody was thinking.
No, there is no like huge bomb drop. He's just kind of an asshole, right? Like, and after that, we had never seen or talked to him again. But until he came out with that video, and I wasn't gonna say anything because again, I'm not a content creator anymore, and I just don't really care. But at the end of that video that I talked about in the very beginning, where he was talking to Max, at the very end of that video, he says, "Other content creators beware, because you know who you are and I'm coming for you," or something like to that degree. And I was like, dude, we've met.
I want to see, dude, let this please be Dramageddon for fucking tabletop fucking people.
Hundreds of D&D content creators, and you're like one of 2, maybe 3 who suck. Is like, what do you have? Like, who gives you the right to say, "Oh, other content creators beware," when you're one of the like 3 out of 100?
Yeah, he was trying to do that to Min-Max.
It's like
he wanted to be in control of everything, dude. Yeah, he wants to run the production. He wants to be in control of absolutely everything.
him and DM's Lair are like the only 2 actual shitty people that we met throughout our time of being content creators. Most people that we met in the content creation space are amazing people. There are some, you know, super influencery LA people that I don't really like. I'm not a good networker, content creator, whatever. But for him to sit there and say like, "I'm coming after you," it's like, dude, you suck. Like, you have no position or right to say anything to anyone about anything. It's crazy, dude. So last thing, he was telling us the story of how he got started as a D&D creator, and he didn't play D&D.
That's crazy. I don't even know how you do this and don't play D&D.
He got the idea from his wife. he was a YouTube Shorts comedian. Like he was
He was a YouTube Shorts guys. This is fucking Deaf Noodles all over again.
trying to make it big on YouTube Shorts. His goal was to make it big as a YouTube Shorts creator, as like a YouTube creator. And his wife suggested that he try D&D and use that as like a way to do it. And he said he did play D&D with his wife previously, but he doesn't anymore apparently. And so he took that idea
Yeah,
in
he
order
doesn't
to
sound like
make
he
it
would be
as
a
a
very good
content creator.
boss.
He was like a content first creator only. Not
I'm sorry,
doesn't really care about
fucking,
D&D.
you
Doesn't
know-
care
you
about
know-
the game, the creativity, the impact.
So his wife is like, honey, how about you stop doing unfunny white people comedy and start doing unfunny D&D comedy? At least that way it's a little bit more, you know, focused. All right, I'm now going to leave. I'm taking the daughter with me while you go film your little TikToks, honey. And all she's doing is like rubbing her head as she walks out with the daughter. I'll make it one day. It'll be okay.
Improv, nothing. He just wants to be famous.
Fuck yeah, guys. Did I say it or did I say it? I think I might have powers. I know. I was saying it. Isn't it interesting that 2 disparate comments he made in 2 very unrelated videos was enough for me to be like, oh, this guy just wants to be famous. Interesting that. I'm telling you guys, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
I think to end the video is the reason that he posted that, which is so off the wall. Because like I said, he only posted stupid fucking, oh, I'm a horny bard skits before that. But now he just posted a hit piece for no reason. I think he's just trying to stay relevant. But he's also jealous. And he saw the success that Min-Max was having, saw that he wasn't invited. And he's just a very bitter, mean, insecure person. Every time I saw...
Look, not for nothing, but how much is his wife earning? What's she doing these days? Can I get her body card? Can I get a face card, please? I'm just asking. I'm not saying I'm gonna do anything. But I'm just saying if she needs something, I'm here.
Him at conventions, he would be by himself or with his employee, walking around by himself, not talking to anyone. It's just like he is just a sad, lonely person. Like I said, he lives 10 minutes away from me. We have dozens of other D&D friends that we hang out with all the time. And
Yeah, kind of funny when everyone from your space says you're just bitter and jealous.
Our community, and we have such a great time sharing this game that we love. And like, he could have been a part of that, but instead he separates himself. And he isolates himself because he thinks himself better than everyone. And this is just my analysis. And this is just my experience. I'm sure other people have other experiences. We've met other content creators that have nothing but nice things to say about him, which me and Lucy just kind of...
I used to watch One Shot Questers. His wife is very pretty. You'll be a much better husband out on Duke. That is so funny.
I looked at each other like, okay, that's your experience. That's fine. But I just couldn't believe that he said that at the end of his video. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents.
I wonder who else will go after, man. I wonder who's next. Who's next? You decide. Holy shit. That's fucking ridiculous. Oh my god. Go through this video.
Little moments in between them. We thought it looked pretty good, but we can see where there might be some room for
I'm sorry. For a second, I'm like, why does he sound like he's part of the Lollipop Guild? And that's because I sped up the video.
improvements.
Dave is the editor, and it took him quite a long time to edit episode 1.
Yes, but I learned a lot in the first episode, and based on feedback that we had already gotten from the community before we even saw this video, we're going to implement some new stuff, like some punch-ins, some cropping, and a couple of color correction things. I'm colorblind, so a little bit hard, but
it was a long time ago. I'm sorry. I don't think I want to fuck your wife, Duke. Oh my god. I gotta be honest, I'm going for deliberately cheap shots.
So these are actually already things that we were tackling.
His second critique, if we understand it correctly, is that instead of having a whole set, we could have just had a backdrop.
This is the big kicker.
The wife beaters are not selling you on these people. They're martial artists.
what ticked me off the most. They had a budget of over $100,000 to work with. If this
Sellsword, I know who Sellsword is. I don't know who the other guy is, but Sellsword is peak. Sellsword is peak.
here is all
He's
we're
Giga
seeing.
Chad. He's Giga Chad.
Why did they have to get a set and not just use backdrops that they will all still be able to see and use?
And while it
He's
would've been
based
cheaper,
in
we would've had
kind.
the
He's
incredible
based
set
in
and
kind.
beautiful experience that Dark Hour provided for us.
The set is incredibly immersive. It's so beautiful and detailed. And in episode 1, we don't utilize it as much as we can, but in episode 2, we're going to do more punch-ins, you're going to see more of it. And I don't think that we would have given as good of a performance if we didn't have this immersive, beautiful set. A little back screen isn't going to feel the same.
I agree. Crazy how I have the same opinion as this fucking guy. Wow.
The set was worth it.
And it was also really cool because we got to support a local company to build this awesome
Oh
thing
my god, yes, another amazing thing. What a good thing.
for us.
Dark Hour did such a good job on the set, and we've got plans with him in the future to make things
They're all sellswords. Okay, he's Mr. Sellsword. He's the sword guy.
even bigger and better.
He's like the Mario, and then the rest of them are like the backup. You know, I'm
4D's
sorry.
connection was crucial for the future of Min-Maxed.
But they do. They. I have never seen them before because all I have seen is the one guy because he's constantly getting in beef.
Did an incredible job of making this set to be able to be taken down and put back up so we can use it again in future seasons.
Yeah, this isn't a one-time set. We're going to keep it around.
The next
Very
issue
base.
brings up
Very base, and well done.
was that we should have used minis or terrain.
And logistically, that just wasn't possible for season 1.
But it was absolutely something that we were interested in doing and that we want to do in the future.
So for season 1, we decided to go digital because it allowed us to do a couple of things. One, we could show the map on the screen, and all the players can interact with it from their tablet.
I know. I love how Sellsword has been in 2 dramas that I know of, and they always seem like chill and normal in both. Yeah.
In real time, which was really cool and kept the game flowing.
But for future seasons, we are going to try to upgrade.
The next issue that gets brought up is the logo.
The art. In total, the art cost them $2,000. The logo design is outrageous. I legitimately typed in M Sword into the search bar. That is their logo. That is the logo that they paid for. The 2 to the side are pictures that I found immediately on FreePick.
It's our understanding that he believes we overpaid.
Now, I'm a big supporter of paying artists what they ask for.
Ooh, isn't it interesting that he was always going to be fighting a losing argument on this, you know, because it's like, you're never going to beat a guy who says, I believe you should pay people what they deserve. You're never going to beat that guy. If we're talking about an argument like that, you're never going to beat that.
Goes into making a logo than a lot of people think.
It's honestly a
Both Clark and David are both world-class HEMA swordsmen. Dude, you know what's really annoying? I have been looking for the opportunity to do HEMA or like Boo Hurt or like some kind of medieval mixed martial arts, and there's like no way for me to participate in such a thing in the place that I live, and it's very frustrating because it's something I really, really want to do. I've always wanted to try doing stunt work. I've always wanted to try doing all that stuff, and there's nowhere for me to get that opportunity, and it kills me because I'm in New York, so it should be easy, but it's actually very difficult. Just move to Europe, dude. Yeah, well, you see, I have this fucking tabletop store, so.
Really long collaborative process between us and this artist, and went through many itinerations before we got to the logo that we have.
The logo that he shows on screen is this up here, just the logo. And honestly, he clips a very small segment of it, so it doesn't look as good. It's a beautiful logo, and it also comes with the word mark. And it's not just that we have the logo, we can use it for merch, for dice, for future things. We own it, and that's the big thing.
Yeah, I would love to see a D20 with that as like the 20 crit logo on it.
We pay the artists for their time, for their experience, and for the legal
You know what kind of stunt you could do at home? Crush a watermelon with your thighs. Okay.
right to use it. And in the world of logo design, that's actually pretty cheap.
Good point.
Ask McDonald's how much they spend on getting their logo redone every once in a while. So we feel totally confident with the money we spend on the logo.
The next thing he brings up is some of the tech issues.
So we're gonna take a look at it one by one.
You could have bought 4 Logitech C920s, which are webcams, and you would have saved $665. I'm not sure what they mean by rec gear. It could just be the recording gear in general, but I don't know.
The video seems to claim that we should
It's
have...
worth it. There's castles and stuff everywhere. I do want to travel and go overseas when everything's like better for the business, because I need to be really hands-on right now because it's like our first year of operations. We're doing good, by the way. We're doing very good. It's been nothing but like amazing luck and opportunity. But obviously it requires me to be very present at the current time.
Used webcams.
But I am dying. I really want to fucking travel so fucking bad.
Instead of buying Osmos because webcams are cheaper. And while they are cheaper, they don't have as good of
Yeah, I think with this drama already, I'm already in camp like Min-Max. Like I kind of want to buy merch from them. I'm kind of like, I feel like I'm gonna stand them now.
Video quality. But even more so, I want to set the record straight and say that Sellsword Arts already owned all of those Osmos. We didn't buy any Osmos for MinMaxed. What we bought was some DJI Action Cam 6s. We had 2 cameras, but we had to buy 2 more that were going to work in this specific setup because it's so small. We didn't want to go with big DSLRs because that would have blown the budget just on 2 cameras. So I went with smaller action cams, and we've got them recording to a like big crazy NAS setup. Now the NAS we did not pay for with MinMaxed money.
Based?
Sellsword Arts paid for that because we need that for our stuff. And we're just like, hey, we'll use this. And we bought those when we got to production. They didn't end up working. So instead, we used our tech team's other...
On a serious note, you could probably sign up for some sort of HEMA course or retreat at a real castle. There's a friend of mine who does... there's another sport. It's called Buhurt. B-U-H-U-R-T. Which is also kind of like a similar thing. HEMA has like a really focus on like the historical accuracy. Buhurt is like a lot more full armor judo, if I'm being honest. I have a friend who does it, and she's fucking goated. So I'm hoping I'm like, yo, help me.
Osmos and a webcam that they had. So in fact, MinMaxed didn't spend any money on camera equipment, and we were able to return the stuff that we had bought. And next season, we're going to upgrade and have even better stuff.
And the reason there's a discrepancy between what you're hearing now and the update video we made before is that we didn't know they weren't going to work.
In our budgeting video, we hadn't had a chance to hook everything up in the space. Actually, we had quite a few technical problems. The computer we were supposed to be using worked in the studio, but then didn't work in the space. Our tech team was so good. They found workarounds. They made everything work.
Exactly.
And
that's exactly what they're paying for, dude. That's exactly what you're paying for. You're paying for this amazing staff.
Very proud of the project we made, but we can see where there's some areas for improvement. So we're already in the process.
This is so frustrating because these guys are responding very professionally and very cordially to something that they didn't even need to answer. You know, like I wouldn't dignify. Like if somebody was trying to tell me how to run my business and they were nothing, I talk about this on the Loaded Dice podcast, by the way. I don't know if it's this episode or the next one, but I talk about a guy. And I talk about like this guy was trying to tell us how to run our business. And he was very demeaning and very rude. And I wasn't like, why the fuck would I ever listen to a guy like that? Like, there's no reason I should listen to a guy like that. That like his opinions are completely pointless. There's no reason you should listen to somebody like that.
At better tech, both for the visuals and the sound and everything else. We are taking it all into account, and we're hearing your feedback. We want this to be great for season 2, which is happening.
His next complaint is that we didn't need...
Dude, fucking these people are so fucking stand-up, dude. It is actually... I am becoming, like, a massive fan because they're so fucking nice and professional.
Tablets at all.
But for the setup that we had, we actually did.
Because we went with the digital map, we wanted to give the players the ability to move their character around and view the map without having to look at terrain or have the DM walk around the table. Having the ability to look down at something that was already on our character sheet and the map made play go much more smoothly.
So using the tablets was absolutely worth it.
And in the future, we will be able to continue using them and integrate more of the features into what you see.
One of the issues we had is we wanted to be able to do a live feed of the character sheet to the project, but that didn't work out. But that doesn't mean it's not something we can do in post. Again, I'm learning as I go, and that's something that I'm hoping...
Hell yeah.
His next...
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Holy shit. I have a lot of respect for this stuff. I really do. I really do. As somebody who's like really passionate, obviously I'm really passionate. I run a fucking store. I put my entire life. I live and breathe D&D. I see D&D many hours a week. I work 40 hours a week with D&D. I love it. I love it. This makes me so fucking happy. I want to do things like this. God, this one-shot Questers guy sucks. It's crazy. He's going to be such a fucking right-wing grifter, I'm telling you. Okay, name every dungeon and dragon. Well, technically Tiamat is kind of like every dragon when you think about it, so...
Complaint is actually something we agree with, the audio.
We bought a set of microphones that had really good reviews, and we'd actually tested them before, and they worked fine.
And we fully intended
Yeah, audio is really hard. I'm not even going to admit. That's like the thing that everybody struggles with.
The type of microphone we had because we thought...
Being in audio tech is really great because there's like nobody that understands it, and so you get jobs really easily.
We were going to be getting up more.
And that brings us to a little issue called the historic Texas ice storm. So it was very cold in the building, and we're going to talk about that later, but we didn't get up as much as we wanted to. It also meant that we couldn't go change the audio setup after day 1 because the roads were impassable. We started filming when the snow started falling, and we ended when the roads finally started to get free. So there was really not much we could do to it. I am doing my best in post-production to save as much of the audio as I can.
We were able to return those microphones and reinvest that money into season 2.
And we're gonna have better tech set up for season 2. That is a big thing that we're working on. So everything that didn't work got reinvested back into the campaign to get something better for season 2. Another thing gets brought up is the lighting setup we had.
They also showed off the lighting. They said they spent $1,300 on lighting. It would have cost them $1,000. I'm upset at this compared to what my thing is.
And I think there is a little bit of confusion on this. So let us tell you what the lighting setup was.
We bought 4 lights for the players so you can see our faces.
All of the lights that you see above that are casting light into the room were provided by Self-Serve Arts. We already own those. We didn't spend any money on that. So actually, the recommendation that he makes in the video is the one that we did. I don't really understand the discrepancy about how much money that should have been. That's the price.
Yeah, I don't.
If we're hearing it
I don't like that. Makes no sense. Like his entire lighting kit setup that he explains. I mean, I already explained why it's stupid and strange. Because it is. Like, there's no reason for them to have done that.
It seems like he thinks that we used the fans' money to buy all of the tech.
When in reality, Self-Serve Arts probably provided about 80% of the tech from stuff that we already had that we bought personally. We tried to keep expenses on the Min-Max channel as low as possible, but still producing a good season.
So in total, what Self-Serve Arts provided was the soundboard, half of the mics, most of the lighting, the computer, the NAS for storage, most of the cameras, and a lot of other odds and ends.
Additionally, we returned $3,000 of what Min-Max spent on equipment that didn't end up working.
In fact, I think we returned the majority of the tech part of the budget, and we can use that for new seasons. So Min-Max.
Why are they even justifying themselves to him? I still don't get why they've been taking this guy so seriously when the entire time he's so silly. Well, think about the standards here. Like, obviously, we can all say this guy's a fucking, like, hack and we shouldn't listen to him. And he's, like, clearly a piece of shit, right? But in other communities, that's not the standard. It's not the standard to get into beef, okay? Like, they are approaching it as a, like, they're doing exactly what they need to do for the niche that they're in. And the full transparency is nice. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think moving forward, somebody who's so incredibly dishonest should be completely ignored. That is what I would do, and I would suggest if I was, like, on a crew like this or something, you know? I mean, they took responding to Shadiversity seriously when responding to him, so yeah, that's true. That's true. And notice how it's worked out every time.
Really didn't spend a lot on tech per season.
And now we can talk a little bit more about the Ice Storm, because it just so happened that the 3 days we played.
But you could definitely, like, ignore him. Absolutely. You could definitely ignore him.
This were the exact 3 days that the Ice Storm was at its worst.
We had some awesome handlers who were doing a great job of getting everybody safely from the hotel to the venue, which was about a 4-minute drive, but we didn't feel safe sending them anywhere else.
So we couldn't go back to the studio or get more tech or really change anything. We were stuck with what we had there, and our tech team was awesome, and they did a great job of making this a really good production.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised with how close this guy even got to them, with how professional he was being from the beginning. I think it takes a really long time to develop that, like, smell for somebody who's being disingenuous. Like, me watching 2 interviews of the guy and I'm, like, able to discern that he's clearly like a leech is something that you only develop with a really long time of experience. And even I'm not perfect, you know, I let my guard down sometimes. On the internet, my guard's up, but in real life, it's down. So, like, when that asshole was trying to tell me how to run my business, originally, I was like, this is a normal guy. I didn't think that internet brainworms people could, like, exist in the real world. Now I know that. So now my guard is up as much there as it is here. And I'm much better for it, because then I can apply my lessons learned here, there. And I think a lot of people, it takes a while. It just takes a while to learn that.
There's another thing that the Ice Storm did, and that is, I don't know if you guys can see it, but Dark Hour is a giant warehouse, and they don't really have adequate heating. So inside that building, as we're playing D&D, it is between a maximum of 45 and 50 degrees Fahrenheit. It's very cold. Hopefully when we film the next season, which we already have scheduled for sometime in July, it will be a little bit warmer in Texas.
A lot bit warmer.
And you'll see a lot more of
Face
all
to
of us
face is harder to
doing
discern people are being disingenuous. No, I think what makes it more difficult is that you have the general social contract. So if somebody's doing some fuck shit in person, if you're going to say, that's fucking weird, dude, you saying that to somebody in person is going to make the situation a lot worse than, like, Discord, where you can just run away and hide.
all of our martial arts and demonstrating what we're doing.
One of the most damaging claims this video seems to claim, if I'm understanding it correctly, is that the producers of MinMax are trying to take the fans' money and run with it.
The remaining budget for future seasons is $47.
Yeah, they're addressing the poo without touching it. Yeah, absolutely.
$321 people donated to this series, and if it did well, they were going to make other seasons. That's what I got out of those videos. They spent 1/3 of their budget for season 1, the one thing that everyone wanted to see, and they're holding the rest as a just in case.
This is not the case.
We did a budgeting video that was very transparent. In fact, most of the information that he gets comes from our budgeting video because we're trying to be transparent about where we're putting the money. And when we say producers,
it's just us.
It's just us.
We didn't hire a production company or a production manager. It was just mostly you two doing all of the work on your own.
Megan and myself are the ones who set up most of the logistics, figured out the tech. I'm doing the editing for a couple of reasons.
Number one, we didn't want to throw all of this money at season 1. We can't tell a good enough story in that amount of time.
By holding back the money that we did, we guarantee future seasons. And I know in the video he kind of claims that it's only if season 1 does well, but that's not the case. We held it back in case season 1 doesn't do well. We are guaranteed another season, and I think another season after that, because we saved the money. We can keep going. And by keeping the cost low, by editing it in-house, by not having a bunch of middlemen and producers, we also get to spend your money even more wisely.
One of the things he says in the comments that we should have ended the GoFundMe sooner because we blew our budget out of the water. And it was live for less than a week. We ended it while we were away at Thanksgiving with our families.
We set this thing up, and we originally had a goal of 10K just to buy plane tickets. And then we modified the goal to 20 when we saw we might hit that. And then we kind of didn't look at it, and it exploded. And we actually ended it, I think, within 4 days because we didn't want a ballooning budget.
Yeah, you never expect someone to be cartoonishly evil or pathetic IRL. Yeah, I gotta be honest, after running so many D&D tables over these last like 6 months, I'll just say it now. I'll just be the bad guy. I don't care, and also it's like my store, so I can do that.
And we decided that we were going to take that money and we're going to split it over multiple seasons so that we could give you a lot of cool D&D.
And lastly, none of the creators have been paid out of that GoFundMe.
No, all of that money is going back to the season. We're not getting paid yet. We're going to be paid off of the AdSense and everything else. And we're going to be paid equally. We're going to have 8 shares, 1 to each creator.
Wow, holy shit, amazing.
1 to the business. But Megan and I are not taking extra money for producing. We are putting our time into this. Extra time because we believe in this project so much and we want it to succeed and we care about it.
This is so frustrating. He's treating it like a TV production, like this will make or break them like a studio. They're 100K in the green. This is their side channel. This is icing at this point. Yep, 100%.
So this is definitely not a cash grab. None of the creators have even been paid for this yet.
No.
He talks about he has no hate to the creators and it's mostly about the producers. But again, there was no producers. David and Megan did this entire thing basically on their own.
We had a lot of help from the other creators when it came to like ideas for the campaign and stuff, but logistics were mostly handled by us. And it hurts. Like, we really did try. None of this was, any shortcomings that might have happened didn't come from a place of malice.
Oh,
it was us
brother.
trying our best and maybe not meeting our expectations.
This fucking guy, this fucking one-shot questers guy is gonna, this is so kind. This is so kind. And you don't need to do this. You don't need to do this.
We are sorry about that and we are trying to do better. It's just kind of hurtful to have this be the first video about MinMax. When we tried this hard.
And I want to talk a little bit about the budget and the expectations.
It seems like he was expecting a professional D&D production level quality.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to pull off a crit roll season 3 production level with the experience we have and the budget that we have.
And we weren't going to try.
No, we were trying to do what we said we were going to do, bring all of our people together and create a cool game and try and make it multiple seasons.
The other thing he said.
Yeah, if he didn't have a career before, he won't now. This is a career ender, I'm not going to lie. One-shot questers swung wide. And now he has to double down as the heel, or he's gonna fall apart. Okay, he needs to change his gig up real quick.
Says that it's stupid of us.
Unless, listen, one-shot questers is this guy named Shadiversity. I think you should team up with him. I think that you should be complaining about D&D every week about how it's woke. I think you should do that. I think you should make videos all the time about how D&D is bad now and how it was good back when you were a kid. Even though you would have been like literally a baby when 2nd edition came out. Okay.
To release every other week, and then we should be releasing every week.
The crispy response video is even worse with how wild he dug his heels in. Dude, this, you know what's annoying is that it's nearly 1 a.m. I need to go to bed or I'm not going to wake up for loaded dice tomorrow.
14 episodes airing every other week for about 6 months. Do you guys not know how YouTube works? Like, no! If people are hyped for this, man, you want to get those videos out. You're going to lose so much traction by doing this.
Yeah, guy whose channel fell off is like, you're going to lose so much traction.
that the hype's going to run out if it's an every other week thing, but we had 3 days to film and we got quite a bit done.
It probably
but that
will.
won't
I'm going to finish
last
this
until the
video
next
though.
filming session.
And we want to make sure that you have content from MinMax all the way up until we start season 2.
Doing every other week allows us to stretch that content for 6 months and also gives me time to edit it because I'm the only one editing this whole thing.
It takes a while.
It does. Look, I can really understand. If somebody was expecting a crit roll level of production, if you see $100,000 and you think that can make a lot of stuff, if you have these expectations,
$100,000 makes nothing. I gotta be honest. In terms of like visual production stuff, it doesn't make anything.
Expecting, it can be a big downer, and I really feel for you if you were expecting something or you donated and you didn't get what you want, and I am sorry that we couldn't give you that. We really, really are. We want this to be as good as it can be, and we're working to make it better.
We really need to reiterate that unlike these production big D&D games, this is none of our full-time jobs.
All of us took time out of our production schedule to come do this. One of the reasons that it was such a tight campaign was because that's all people could afford. 5 days away from their families, their jobs, their content. That's a lot to ask of people when this isn't even guaranteed to make them any money. Everybody did this on the promise that we're gonna make something cool and we might get something back, but no one has been guaranteed a cent from this. We're doing it because we love it.
A big point that kept coming up is that the production was rushed.
Did you guys have to plan, film, and edit this so quickly?
There's this feeling that we should have waited longer, or we should have had more time to film or plan or test out equipment.
We had actually already picked this production date before we even launched the GoFundMe.
The production wasn't really rushed. We knew months ahead of time when it was gonna be, but it was tight because
Does
people's
Duke have a job outside of YouTube? Yeah, he's a house husband. It's really hard to sit inside all day and be that mediocre.
Plus, all the people we were flying in have jobs outside of just creating content. All of them do other things as well.
Jack has a full schedule of performances that he does. Blumenek not only has another job, he has a family to take care of, and Ben runs a dojo, has a job, and is a content creator. No one has weeks just to dedicate to something that might not make them any money.
One of the major disappointments that some of our viewers have said is that they were expecting live action.
In their other Q&A, they say, will there be any live action scenes? Yes, but not for season 1. Not for the season that people donated for.
And we understand how you'd be disappointed if that's what you were expecting.
I understand how it could be frustrating because we're all the combat guys, and if you thought that's what you were gonna get,
Yeah, they're calmly, kindly, and professionally going for Duke's throat and ripping it out. Like them playing those clips of him yelling is the most brutalizing thing to do when they're sitting there and calmly explaining what they do. You know?
Could be disappointing.
It's important to
He
know.
keeps the chair in the corner of the bedroom warm. Guys, I already said I wouldn't sleep with his wife.
But that's not one of the promises that we made because we knew we couldn't deliver that. in
But
season
if he wants to bring me on to do a D&D live play, I reserve the right to prima nocta.
season 1.
And we know you want to see us as D&D characters. So we're going to play ourselves.
We want to do some really cool things like build a set.
And have a cool video setup with cool angles and stuff. Buy me a flight so I don't have to swim. Make cool character art of us and minis. And if things go well, we'll even do a second campaign.
At its core, this is gonna be a fun
I'm sorry, the whip is so fucking aura farmy. That is so aura farmy. That is so fucking aura farmy. Where do you learn to do that?
D game with all your favorite weirdos from the internet. We've got a team that's going to help us record, edit, and produce this at a high quality. We've got artists who are going to come and help bring this world to life. We've got set designers who are going to make it so it's immersive and fun. And instead of this being a one-off fun D&D game, now, as you can see by our brand new YouTube page, this is going to be a whole
I'm
thing.
disappointed you're not going to do an Afro Man and get Duke to admit that he thinks his wife is cheating on him in court. Please do not. I was thinking about Afro Man as I was making fun of Duke. I'm like, this motherfucker, I could see him being pedantic enough to be like, you know the thing that is now with like YouTube, every single fucking drama, somebody's like, this is going to court. I'm going to sue you. It's like, oh, okay, dude, it's internet drama. Calm down.
We're planning multiple seasons, but we are working on it for season 2. We've already talked about how we want to go back and do the highlights of this campaign now that we have the whole thing, and we'll have a little bit more time to production next season. Also, we're trying to incorporate more physicality into the D&D. Let's not freezing the studio. And I know that's not much compensation if you were really
It's been a hot minute since Diesel bull posted on someone. There hasn't been anybody with a wife. That's the problem.
expecting it in this season, but we're hoping the small in between
I wanted to do the Afro Man stuff, and then this stuff happened, and I'm like, well, shit.
things we've been doing will make up for that.
And even this isn't a
I
promising.
should be around more this week for streams, though.
We'll do more of it in future seasons. We want to try, but we don't know if it's even possible.
This campaign is evolving as it goes, and we're being careful about what we can and can't promise, but we really want you to know that we love what we're doing and we want to make it better, and we're going to do everything that we can to do that.
Now, he's since taken this out of the video, but when we saw it, it was in there, so we're going to take the time to respond to it.
And he brings up the fact that we should have just done this in the studio, but if you've actually seen Celsius Art Studio, it's not that big, and at the time, I had my bed in the middle
Can
of
I
it, so-
sleep with your wife? I'm not married. Do you think a stallion like me can be tied down?
But we couldn't have really done that.
And another thing he suggested was that we do the live action scenes here in the studio, when in reality, that's an hour away with no traffic from dark hour, and we were in the middle of an ice storm. It wasn't safe to travel.
Yeah, this happened in the middle of the ice storm. I think there was some confusion about when the ice storm was. The ice storm made the roads impassable for about 3 or 4 days, and that was exactly when we were filming. We did not have an opportunity to leave except to go to the little hotel.
Plus, even if there was the opportunity to, all of our filming equipment was being used for Minmax, so our studio didn't have any of that.
We had to gut our studio to make sure Minmax had enough stuff without buying too much.
It would have basically been a dark box. His final claim is that our production was pathetic.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about how you might feel or how he might feel looking at our work, but I think it's important to talk about how we feel. This was a big project and we put a lot of passion and work into it, and we are still very proud of this project, and we know that it's going to grow.
I think you're a sub in search of a mistress, Diesel. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
And get better as we continue.
No rebuttal.
Having this first response from the community be so negative and harsh, and at times almost cruel, is really rough.
For me, I just feel sad. I think myself, I put a lot of work into this in the time before.
Dude,
and
this
during the
makes
event,
him look like the
and
biggest piece of
even
shit on
more
the
so,
planet.
I feel sad for all the creators involved who have to see this. They worked hard, they took time out of their schedules, they came here, and they had a great time playing D&D with their friends. And they wanted to share that just as much as we did, and to get this kind of feedback only 24 hours after we put out episode 1 really hurts.
These two handled a lot of the production, so I was much more on just the actor side, and it did feel kind of unwelcoming. This is the first D&D content we've ever done, and we had a blast, and we were frankly proud of what we did.
Fun fact, your search for domination might be your ADHD brain seeking structure. That's crazy. This really is the answer for everything, isn't it?
A bunch of feelings about this, and I don't want to go on too long, but I want to say that it's fine for the fans to tell us that they didn't like something or they want something changed. Give us our feedback. But content creators have a responsibility. You have a platform, and you need to curate that platform in such a way that create a positive space. He says he's trying to look out for the D&D community, and that says to me that he's not welcoming me into the D&D community. I'm somehow an outside threat.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. You know, I'll say this. I'll speak very frankly about this. I was worried. So when I covered the Arcadum stuff, I'm like, you know, I really like the D&D community. I like making that content. I don't want to be like a scary... Obviously, I know that other creators, and I've experienced this, and I've talked about this on stream, where it's like, I am a drama creator, and I've done that for a while, but I like D&D, I like tabletop stuff. I want to do that, because if I have to do drama until I'm geriatric, I'll actually turn to dust, right? But then I've always worried about covering, like, drama in my niche, or the niche that I'd want to be in, because I don't want to be ostracized from being in a niche, because they're like, oh my god, it's a drama guy. I don't want to fucking talk to that guy, right? Duke isn't even part of the D&D community. Well, clearly his reputation precedes him, and all of it is bad, right? But I ended up covering, when I covered the Arcadum stuff, I realized that it's like, oh, I don't actually need to worry about like being ostracized from the D&D community for being like a drama creator, because this guy is just worse. Like, this guy is actually just a regular bad guy, you know?
Threat to it.
Now, he says that this was...
Well, you always can become the drama. That's what happens when you do drama content.
Just the straw that broke the camel's back, and it sounded like he had legitimate concerns about what other people have done.
I am sick and tired of seeing creators and events.
But like this, it's like, I mean, like, yeah, I guess you could get on my ass for being mean to Duke over here, but like, I am a loud, brash New Yorker. I don't think Duke is worth the respect.
Diesel won't play D&D with me cause he hates me.
Well, there's a lot of Fuda, so, you know.
Take advantage of this very vulnerable...
I was like searching my mind. I'm like running out of bandwidth, okay? It's like fucking nearly 1 a.m.
community. It makes me so upset, and I am tired of being nice and not saying anything. I am tired of not saying anything. The Convergence, yeah, that event that was hosted back in 2022 by some of the most biggest TikTok creators back then in the D&D space. You really want to know what they said about you guys behind the scenes?
That wasn't us. We don't know what he's talking about. It seems just weird that we were his first target.
This isn't the first time this has happened to me. I've had people try and use a fabricated drama to get clicks and create kind of a boost to their channel, and I don't like it. I don't like doing it. I don't like making these videos, but I do think that we owe it to our fans to explain how we produce this, because we want you to watch it. We want you to feel comfortable. And to this person,
See, this makes me feel bad for them, because they took this as him being genuinely tired of bad actors instead of he himself being a bad actor. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's very clear. Like, we've seen his type before. Like, I'm giving all these, like, it's like this, remember this, remember when this happened, oh, he's like this, remember that, this is like this, because we have all this experience of these things, and we know it. But, like, yeah, from their perspective, he's just, like, a guy in their
Dude,
niche who's
that's your
shitting
Fuda,
on them.
not mine. Rhinoceros emoji. Rhinoceros emoji. Rhinoceros emoji. Rhinoceros
That $2
emoji.
is green just as much as the rest of them.
Rhinoceros emoji. Rhinoceros emoji. Rhinoceros emoji. Rhinoceros emoji. Rhinoceros emoji. Rhinoceros.
There. It'll be 2080, and the poor nurse in training will learn everything about the Just a Robot drama.
why didn't you reach out to us? Because we actually have had communication with this person before. They reached out to us and asked if we would collaborate with them months ago, and we said yes. We went back and forth, and they kind of didn't respond, and we let it go. In fact, he also has contacted Blumenek before in a Discord. He has ways that he could have reached out to us. There's an official MinMax email. He says that he would have given us this advice, but we published that budget video months ago. We didn't hear anything. We didn't hear anything until it was this video.
Yep, because it wasn't about that.
Attacking everything that we tried to do, and it makes me feel frustrated.
Yeah, they said yes, which is insane. I let me read the emails. Hold on.
He has ways that he could have reached out to us and asked if we went to us, because we actually have had communication with this person before. They reached out.
Hello, I'm Duke, and I own a social media channel, One Shot Questers. Not sure if you're seeing my stuff or not. I know we both are posting around the same time, and we share a common audience. If not, no worries. To jump right into it, I'm creating a series on my YouTube channel called Jack of All Trades, where my bard character journeys to learn new skills, techniques, and training. So you're going to be the first real-world bard who's actually a Jack of All Trades. One of many skills the bard needs to learn is sword fighting, and my subscribers informed me that you all are based in Dallas, which is awesome because I live in Fort Worth. So I'm reaching out if they ask if you'd be open to doing a collaboration on my channel. What I would be asking in return is if I could come to your studio using your equipment. You'll teach me the basics in sword fighting. Let me know if this interests you. I'm more than happy to talk and answer any questions y'all might have. I'm also open to driving to your studio and talking there if that's easier. Anyway, thanks for your time, and I look forward to hearing back from you, Best Duke. Hey, thanks for reaching out. Sounds like it could be an interesting collab. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you're doing?
To us and asked if we would collaborate with them months ago, and we said yes. We went back and forth.
Absolutely. I'm just going to write down everything and how I envision the video will go. He explains how the video will go. Fun history segment, blah, blah, blah. Be teaching segment. You'll only be teaching me. I'll bring my cameraman with me, and maybe spouses if they want to come watch. Some of the segments will be scripted just for setups. But we shoot in verite. Brother Googled that. We shoot in verite documentary style. We're going to shoot a vlog. Okay, we're going to shoot a vlog. No script, just keep the camera rolling. Capture the natural reactions. How long would filming be? It would be more how much time you're willing to set aside for your skills. Would hope for it to be a one-day shoot. Sounds like we could make something together. We have a pretty tight schedule. Our filming days are pretty packed. We could put aside an hour or two. We could run you through a beginner lesson and give you the basics in about 30 minutes. Then we could spend a little time showing you some sparring or allowing you to spar with foam swords. Are you doing this as a long-form video or a series of shorts? Wow, he fumbled the bag.
And they kind of didn't respond.
He fumbled an insane bag. Holy shit. This guy fumbled like crazy. This is crazy that this guy fumbled. I would literally be like squealing like a little girl, dude.
Go. In fact, he also has contacted Blumenek before in a Discord. He has ways that he could have reached out to us. There's an official min-maxed email.
His email seems oddly more decent than his resume. ChatGPT.
He says that he would have given us this advice, but we published that budget video months ago. We didn't hear anything. We didn't hear anything until it was this video, basically attacking everything that we tried to do. And it makes me feel frustrated and unwelcome and demoralized because I have to continue and edit the rest of the season. I'm not going to give up, But now all of those cool things that I thought about to make this campaign
No,
better,
this guy's a
the
Giga
punch
Chad.
ins,
Giga
the
Chad.
DnD
You guys are
audio,
Giga
doing all these
Chads.
other things.
You guys are
they my
based.
ideas anymore? Is it going to come across that way, or is it just going to be, oh, he's listening to this guy's rant?
No,
We are
he's
listening
a pocket watching troll, bro.
community. We are trying to make changes, and I wish that we had more than 24 hours to try.
He's a completely like irrelevant troglodyte, bro.
I want to make sure they don't make this too negative because I don't want to happen to him what's happened to me now and what's happened to me in the past. I don't want all of our fans to flood into his comment section and be negative and hate.
I'm sorry. It was gonna happen anyway. It didn't matter. But you know what? I believe that you're genuine. Unfortunately, it's just not the way these things work.
He's done this from a place of passion, cares about the D&D community, and that's a good thing. I just feel like he should have contacted us or done a little bit more research first, but, you know, the air is human.
And this is a great time to talk about things that he didn't bring up that we have heard from you guys, like adding in closed captions.
We do want to add in closed captions. For the first season, it was a little bit over budget. There's a lot of audio and a lot of dialogue, but it is something that we're going to try and implement in the second
Closed
season.
captions is really hard for something like this. I'm not gonna lie.
Another thing we've heard requests for is podcast audio.
That's something I'm working on, but I want to make the sound mix a little bit better before I put it in a podcast. But it is something that we are trying to do.
A lot of people also wanted a dice cam.
Yeah,
and we're gonna do that.
Yeah, we did want a dice cam. We just kind of ran out of cameras. But in the next season, like we said, we're going to have more camera setups and more cool stuff.
There's also a couple of minor changes to the way that we edited the video, and those are things we're going to do, like mirroring Tater.
Yeah, mirroring Tater, doing some color correction, doing some other stuff. Please allow me a little bit of grace to fail and learn from my mistakes so I can make this better.
And with all that said, we really hope that you continue to enjoy season
God, you know, maybe it's because it's nearly 1 a.m., but it is really nice to see people learn to do things because AI, there we go. You know, it's like, oh, I don't know how to do something. I am learning to do it. Okay, good. I don't care how bad it is. You're making it.
and know that we've already booked season 2.
We've already got the venue, we've already got the hotels paid for, we're in the process of the flights, all the creators are thinking about it and coming up with cool ideas, and every episode of season 1 is hopefully gonna get better and better as I learn to edit better, I guess. So with all of that said, we know that there are some of you who weren't happy or were disappointed with the way that the first episode went, and we ask you please give us time to make some of those corrections, and that we hear you and we're working on it. And to all of those who loved season 1's first episode, please keep enjoying the rest of it. We don't want
Dude,
this
it
to be
is crazy, dude. This guy has accrued so much goodwill. It is insane how much goodwill the Cell Swords team has accrued.
negative thing. overall, we're so happy with the product that we made, and we're so excited to do a
These
new one.
guys
We
are
don't
so stand-up. It's crazy. Dude, they get like one free fuck up.
want you guys to think that we're having a downer. We just felt like it was a good opportunity to address the fans because it is all for you. All of this is because of you and for you. We are being the best stewards of your money that we can. We want to make this multiple seasons. We want to make this bigger and better. Please allow us the room to grow, to fail, to learn, and to keep making you more min-maxed.
So, thank you.
So, things get worse after that, by the way. The drama gets worse. Okay? It gets worse. I can't cover that now because it's nearly 1 a.m. Okay? So, I'm going to be back tomorrow, and we are covering this. There's not going to be another thing, okay? Unless, like, just the robot explodes or something. Okay? There's going to be a part 2 to this stream. All right? It's going to happen. It's going to happen. How does it get worse? Oh, but we haven't even been introduced to the next character in the plot. Crispy's Tavern. Bum, bum, bum. All right, good night, chat.